10:44.
Greetings, everyone. At this time, I would like to call to order the 195th meeting of the New York State Board.
Not on.
Greetings, everyone.
Yep. Let's try it again. Green is go.
Greetings, everyone. At this time, 10:45 a.m., I'd like to call the 195th meeting of the New York State Board for Historic Preservation to order. I'd like to say good morning and greetings to the board, including some new participants, and we're excited to have them introduced this morning. Also, the agency staff and guests. Today is Wednesday, June 12th, 2024, and we are at Peebles Island State Park Visitor Center. We are meeting in person, and there is a virtual option for guests and people who want to watch from afar. We will begin the meeting with the roll call.
Douglas Pirelli.
I'm chair of the State Review Board, and just to let you know, as you introduce yourself and say here, let us know your name and what your role is on the board so that people can know who's on the board. I'm Doug Pirelli. I'm a full teaching professor at the University of Buffalo, past president of the New York Archaeological Council, and chair of the State Review Board.
Thank you. Winth Aldrich.
Wynne Aldrich, the former Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation, Vice Chair of the Hudson River Valley Greenway Communities Council.
Thank you. Harold Clark.
I'm Harold Clark. Historic preservation is long-standing, and I'm president.
I don't.
Professor, start again.
Yeah.
I'm a historic president.
Thank you. Fabiana Chu Rinaldi.
Thank you. I'm Fabiana Chia Rinaldi here for the New York State Council on the Arts.
Thank you. Skipping around here. Jay DiLorenzo.
Hi, I'm J.T. Lorenzo. I'm president of the Preservation League of New York State.
Molly Garfinkel. Welcome.
Having me. My name is Molly Garfinkel, and I am the co-director of a folk and traditional arts nonprofit based in New York City called City Lore.
Welcome, our
Welcome.
new board member. Wayne Goodman. Absent. Erica Krieger.
Good morning, I'm Erica Krieger. I am a licensed architect on the for the division.
Jennifer Lamack. Absent. Gretchen Soren. Great.
Good morning. I am Distinguished Professor Suni Oneonta and Director of the Cooperstown Graduate Program.
Thank you. Charles Vandry.
Good morning. I'm Chuck Bandry. I'm an archaeologist and the Historic Preservation Officer for the Department of Environmental Conservation.
All right, we have
Thank you.
a quorum.
All right, we have quorum. The next agenda item is approval of the March 2024 SRB minutes. Has the board had a chance to review the minutes? Are there any questions or comments?
Motion.
Before we hear a motion, I would just like to make a comment about the minutes since no one else has. We had similar audio problems at our last meeting during a very important conversation about the nominations. There are sections listed in the minutes as audio has dropped out. And I think the conversation is important enough so that we should take a minute and allow Gretchen and Daniel to review the minutes and try to fill in the blanks of that conversation and come up with a revised set of minutes if people are willing to do that. Does that make sense? Okay, so we will move to accept the minutes with the stipulation that Daniel and Gretchen try to fill in the blanks of what dropped out of an important conversation about urban renewal. Thank you. We had a motion by Tom. Do I have a second? Erica seconds. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
We'll probably have to do that in Cooperstown sometime summer, midsummer.
Yeah. All right, and we're going to shift now to Bill Crattinger's presentation, A Century in Review. A developmental overview of the New York State Park System.
Good morning. Everyone hear me okay? I want to start my timer. First of all, thank you for having me for this talk. By way of introduction, many of you I've not worked with, some I have over the years. I've appeared before this robust body many times with many National Register proposals. So it's good to be back and have the opportunity to present this content. For about the last 4 or 5 years, I've been working on a comprehensive survey of our state park system, state parks and historic site system. It is a rather large, expansive, unwieldy project to manage. I worked with Kath LaFranc on the Rockefeller State Park Preserve National Register nomination a few years ago. I thought that was complex. This is incredibly complex. And I do want to take this moment to give a shout out to Kath LaFranc, who has I've spent maybe 5 years studying state parks history. Kath has spent maybe 25 years studying state parks history. She established a lot of our context for our parks, wrote nominations for the Taconic State Parkway, and really sort of began my journey with this content. And again, Kath, I will never know what you know about the subject matter. I feel it important to acknowledge this in a public venue. And it is really, it's an incredible story. What we're celebrating this year is the centennial of what was called at the time a unified state park system. For the first time in the history of the state, we looked at recreation and conservation, and we looked at it in a sort of statewide manner. So 1924, we celebrate really the adoption of the statewide plan, the creation of the State Council of Parks, and the first $15 million bond issue that was put behind really development of the parks, the sites, as well as our forest preserves. And it is an incredible story with a lot of big figures, a lot of major philanthropists, planners, architects, the whole gamut, as well as the public and the taxpayers who approved the bond issues that really made the system possible. A little bit of context, of course, really the roots of our park system lies in 19th century context, really the importance of landscape as a sort of part of our national identity. Early in the 19th century, as Americans sought to define what an American was, we invoked the landscape because we had a lot of it. And of course, in New York State, we're particularly fortunate. We have a very diverse geography, and we have some really sort of world-class natural attractions. So it's really a conservation ethos and the idea that these were important places. These were important places for our identity, that they needed to be protected. So conservation is, as we'll see, sort of the initial impetus before really the larger pivot to recreation and more of what the parks offer nowadays. And just a brief sampling, we look at some of the work of the Hudson River School and early Prince, and we see Letchworth State Park, we see Niagara Falls, we see the Palisades Interstate Park, of course, the Palisades themselves, which are being destroyed, and were the subject really of one of our first major pushes in the interstate park. Just some context. But really, we properly begin our story with parks in Buffalo with the Free Niagara movement. Niagara Falls is established in 1885 as a state reservation. Of course, a lot of our early conservation areas were reservations. And the idea was that this incredible natural wonder had basically, been besmirched by commercial development, commercial interests. Really sort of the pivotal moment is 1869 when Frederick Law Olmsted visits the falls, and he sees basically what we see on the lower right, and he is astounded by how gritty and industrial a scene he is confronted with. Here's this incredible natural wonder, and it's basically industry, it's mills, and it's sort of 5 cents see the view, from behind the tall fence sort of thing. And it begins this galvanizing movement, which ends in the mid-1880s with Grover Cleveland, of course, establishing the park, the reservation. And it's the first time eminent domain is used, or what we call in state parks appropriation, that there's a public interest here that is more important than the private interest, that really this is a sacred place, it deserves to be protected, and people should be able to come and see it and enjoy it in its natural state. So really, we begin our story in terms of parks with Niagara Falls. And this eventually becomes the core of the Niagara Park region, which basically stretches up the entire gorge now, more or less, and has venues on Lake Erie as well. And again, conservation continues to be the main thrust through the 19th century. The forest preserves, the Catskill and Adirondack forest preserves are created. And then the St. Lawrence Reservation, or what's called at the time the State's Reservation on the St. Lawrence. The idea was, because of public outcry and because this was becoming an increasingly popular tourist area, that basically the St. Lawrence River, people's access to it was being restricted, and the state needed to step in and protect the public interest. So they established, with a small budget, a series of small waterfront parks, basically, which are mostly boat accessible. These are the parks that then become really the core of the Thousand Islands region later when it's created. So again, at this time, it's mostly about a conservation ethos, with some, regard for what we call recreation, which comes more to the forefront later in the 20th century. If, Kath, you feel I missed any important points, I invite you, please, and anyone, please speak up. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Thanks.
Bill is a very worthy successor to me, and I really love the point of view he's taking on this, which is slightly different from mine and equally valid and great. So carry on.
All right. One of the real seminal moments, though, is the creation in 1900 of the Palisades Interstate Park. It's an incredible story. It really begins as sort of a conservation effort to preserve the Palisades from trap rock mining. So in some ways, it's really a story about people in New York being upset about what was going on across the river, mostly in New Jersey, and this desire to basically stop the blasting, the quarrying of the Palisades for trap rock, which was a hot commodity at that time, very important to the development of New York City. This is a time also of big philanthropy. This is, think of George Walbridge Perkins, who is really the first leader of PIPSI, and he engages any number of large-scale donors like J.P. Morgan, eventually the Harrimans, to contribute to this cause. It's interesting because it begins small, they create it, and then people start to come and say, oh no, what do we do next? So they're sort of developing it on the fly in a lot of ways. But so many of our park concepts, from architecture, landscape design, public programming, education, are really, our teeth are cut in the Palisades Interstate Park. Can't say enough about the significance there. Note too, I chose this image because early on, if you were in the city, you got there via steamboat, and the same thing with Bearmount and some of the parks upriver. These, to me, are some of the more inspiring sort of narratives, and these are the stories of individuals, of civic and public-minded individuals who took it upon themselves to basically preserve places of great natural beauty and scenic beauty, and to eventually hand them over to the state. Think of William Pryor Letchworth in the upper left. He spent, 40 some odd years acquiring about 1,000 acres of land in the Genesee Gorge because he saw it had development potential. He saw how inspiring it was. He knew how important also it was to the Seneca people. He was very attuned to that earlier history of the park. So really through his efforts, we secure what becomes sort of the core park for the present day Genesee Park region. And of course, one of the great parks. I hate to judge them, but it is really one of the great attractions of New York State. So very civic-minded individual, and the same thing goes for John Boyd Thatcher on the right, who did the same thing in the Helderbergs, who with his wife acquired property, which eventually is then given to the state to become part of our park system. Now, there is no sort of unified park system early on. These places are administered by the American Scenic and Historic Preservation Society. It's a national organization, but it's a very vested interest in New York State history, both in terms of managing some of our parks and our historic sites at an early date. So these are the people that sort of inspire me. You know, they look beyond themselves. They see the good of these places, and, you know, they're intent on, you know, this is their legacy. This is what they're going to pass on. And similar, Finger Lakes Region 2, the Treeman family, as with the Perkins family, as with the Masters family in the Taconic region, they're one of these families who multiple generations of them give to the parks movement, serve on the Parks Commission, but more importantly, you know, preserve important places. The plaque, you know, is remarkable. The Glenn's singular charm was recognized and rescued for the people of New York by Robert and Laura Treeman, some of whose friends set this tablet here in loving appreciation of their gift of Enfield Gorge to us all. What have we done? I look at this and say, wow, what have I done? You know, this is, like I say, it's very inspiring that people cared enough to do this for the public's good. Time-wise, okay, I'm just trying to keep an eye on time. The other part of our history, of course, in our system is our historic site system. Historic sites, well, you know, our earliest piece of state-acquired property is actually Washington's headquarters in 1850. Hard to believe. A.J. Downing was still alive in Newburgh when Washington's headquarters was acquired. It's the first time a state purchases a site for really its preservation in honor of the Revolution and Washington's presence in Newburgh, in the Highlands, and the Cantonment at the end of the Revolution. So it gives us an immediate stake in sort of the cultural resource business, right? That we're not only going to preserve scenic places, but we're also going to preserve places of historic significance too. And of course, we have a pretty robust historic site system. Now, the sites sort of went off on their little sidebar journey. Between 1944 and 1966, they're actually transferred to the State Ed Department. I think those State Council of Parks, or many people who thought that their job was to expand the recreation system. They didn't want the burden of historic sites, so they are transferred to State Ed. They are brought back into the state park system during the Rockefeller period, which we will talk about in a moment. It's sort of the prelude to the big push is the establishment of a forest and stream playground for Western New York, Allegheny State Park now, which probably numbers, it's like 64,000 acres, conceived as a large tract, a large expanse of recreational land to service the urban population of Western New York. A.T. Fancher, who is really called the father of Allegheny State Park, sat on the State Council of Parks as well, sort of critical in its development. So here, just a few years before the unified system, land is being purchased and set aside again with the idea that is growing is that we need to match recreational areas with urban populations, right? That's going to become an increasing theme as we get into the 1920s in particular. So again, becomes basically the core of the Allegheny Park region. It is a sizable park. And also, it's worth pointing out that they knew the Allegheny National Forest was going to be established across the border in Pennsylvania. So they're viewing it comprehensively and also across state lines. Same thing, Taconic State Park in our Taconic region was called the Tri-State Park because Massachusetts and Connecticut were also supposed to do their part to create a three-state park basically in the Taconics. So this brings us to our sort of watershed moments, 1924. You'll see the document was actually written in 22, a state park plan for New York. Committee, the New York State Association, the individual behind this is, of course, Robert Moses. We'll talk about Moses in a moment. We can't avoid Moses. He's in our DNA. But it's a recognition that, hey, we've got this sort of collection of stuff, and some of it's here and some of it's there, but it's, you know, how's that for an org chart? You know, that was actually, it's like, wow, who takes care of what here? It really, it was coming at a time when state government was being reorganized. So parks were going to be part of that reorganization effort. So what it's going to do, it's going to create a state council of parks. They're going to be a clearinghouse, really, for park planning, for park definitions, and also for matters of budgets and allocations. So that's kind of important. They're sort of independent at first, but in 27, the Conservation Commission is formalized as the Conservation Department. We will fall within that, the Division of Parks, as well as the State Council, till the split off of Chuck's DEC, just checking in on Chuck over there, Chuck's DEC and Parks and Recreation, eventually, and Historic Preservation. And these are the figures. These are the main figures behind this, of course. These individuals couldn't be any different in terms of their education, their temperament, where they came from. It's really sort of an unlikely pairing. It's, of course, Moses, who is a reformer. I say now a reformer gone bad, because he was really a very sort of principled reformer early on. But as he got a taste of power and he became more powerful in state government, his methods become maybe unscrupulous. Well, we'll leave it at that. We'll say unscrupulous for now. So he is going to be at the helm of the State Council of Parks into the early 1960s until he steps aside, or is basically made in a certain way to step aside and cede his authority. He is powerful throughout state government. Triborough authority, of course, is his sort of power base. He's made a sort of fiefdom for himself where he's insulated from assault. He has a hand in many things in state government. He is not to be trifled with. He is a powerful figure. Al Smith, I will say, just a true man of the people, the happy warrior, you know, came right off the mean streets of New York. He worked back-breaking jobs. He really felt for the common person. And that's why parks resonated with him. He saw parks were a winning issue. Parks would serve the masses. And if you lived in New York City and you tried to go to Long Island for recreation, you weren't going to get very far. So really, that's why the Long Island system is given sort of precedence early on, not only because of Moses, because it's going to serve the largest state population in New York City. So a strange pairing. And Belle Moskowitz, as well, is worth mentioning, Al Smith's advisor, because she was very savvy. And I'd say Moses, he knew how to manipulate media, and he probably learned it from Belle Moskowitz. Get out ahead, get the story out there, right? So he knew how to work the system. But without Smith's clout, he probably wouldn't have gone very far. Cars. Cars are the critical link to parks early on, and we'll see this is obviously a flaw of the system as well. The idea that here's a map of the state. These are where the big population centers are. These are where our park areas and sites are located. How do we get people to those areas, and where are the deficiencies in that map? Where do we need to develop new places? Between 1920 and 1930, car registrations triple in the United States. Cars are becoming more available. They're becoming more a part of life. Parkways are basically meant to be landscaped strips. You know, you drive the northern and southern state on Long Island, you might not get the park vibe these days. I know I grew up down there. But these were meant to be not just a highway, they were meant to be landscaped, limited access drives so that you could go from A to B and, you know, do so in a pleasant setting. I mean, the Taconic is really one of our great examples. There's others of the idea of a landscape corridor. So cars are going to change everything. Timing okay? Okay. Who did the designing? You know, as I've gone, this is one of those subjects, Kath would probably agree, the more you learn, the less you know. Like there's just another rabbit hole to go down, and it's, you know, trying to figure out, well, who designed a lot of our buildings and in what regions? We have to show Welch, Major William Welch. He is a nationally visible park designer. He's brought in to consult on other state parks, on national parks. He is the general manager of the Pipsy region. He is responsible for the development of Harriman and Bear Mountain. It's really his vision. And, you know, for Welch, it's like there was no blueprint. You know, he had to figure out a lot of this stuff himself. So Welch is one of our major designers. In the central region, I like to point out Lori Cox. Lori D. Cox worked for the Central State Park Commission as a landscape architect and designer. He wrote about state parks. He's someone who sort of understood his place in time and the idea that state parks were a new concept, right? We had national parks, growing system. We had municipal parks. The state park was kind of a new thing. And keep in mind, when we, by Robert Caro's account, when we established our unified state park plan, there were 29 states that didn't even have a state park. So we were way ahead of the curve. And that will have great consequences when we get into the Depression. We'll talk about that in a second. Our architecture, we have a remarkable collection of rustic architecture. It's really born of many parents. You know, it relates to the picturesque movement of the 19th century, the idea of integrating architecture with landscape, the arts and crafts movement, the development of national park rustic architecture in the teens is important. All these influences play into it. And really the idea is rustic architecture will use native materials, often sourced right at the park, and it will try to integrate itself or blend in with the landscape in a very unobtrusive way. That is the mandate. And it's different depending on the environment. A beach environment, you want a nice low slung bathhouse, right? Nothing too big and, you know, with a lot of profile. I love the example of the lodge over by Hessian Lake and Barry. It just sort of melts into the landscape. These low single-story buildings with hipped roof, big stone walls, you know, simple wood accents. You know, we preside over an incredible collection of architecture in our parks. The problem is they're used to death, right? That's one of our challenges here, is they get intensive usage, and that is not always good for historic preservation, as we know. Yeah, it's one of, to me, the great ironies is our system is really built out. A lot happens in the Depression, in the 30s. And there's some reasons for that. But one of the main reasons, the central reason is the Civilian Conservation Corps. We have, I don't know what the total number of camps in New York State was. Ultimately, it was sizable. But we had some advantages. Of course, this is FDR's program. FDR had just been governor, and FDR also sat on the Taconic State Park Commission, so he was attuned to state park development. What we had, and keep in mind that the park development, state park development by the CCC was overseen by the National Park Service and the Department of the Interior. What we had is we already had plans. We already knew what we wanted to do. So we could just go and say, we're not like, well, what do? We got the plans. This is our plan. This is how it relates to our big plan. So we saw a lot of development in this period. So it really advanced the park's agenda at a time where, you know, people were struggling to eat and find jobs. You know, these guys were being paid $30, you know, a month to do emergency conservation work, and 25 of that was sent home to their families. So, you know, this was really what moved us through the 30s. It's pretty remarkable that as much was done given the economic climate. The war obviously stops development. There's a labor shortage. There's obviously funding shortages. People can't go to parks. There's rubber and gas rationing, right? So the war, things sort of fall away during the wartime. Some regions like Long Island, we know Anya and I have been looking at this. The parks are being opened for military personnel. In some cases later in the war, some of our parks are actually used to house German POWs and Italian POWs. So we have some direct links to the war. But it's really, as we get past the war, they got to pick up the thread again and sort of get going again. So master planning is big. Niagara, I do think of as a region which was sort of somewhat deficient in development really before the war. That starts to pick up more intensively after the war. New parks are completed, and also the parkway systems are completed. The Palisades Interstate Parkway being, one of the big ones which will be completed in this period. So started getting back up to steam and getting back up to speed. And again, deferred maintenance and other issues have sort of hamstrung the parks to some extent. Time. Okay. This is our second major period of development. We have the 20s and 30s, and we have the 1960s. It's what we just simply call the Rockefeller era or the Rockefeller period. We have new players involved. We have a new push. A lot of the sentiments echo the 1920s stuff, like we're running out of land. We've got more people. Population is expanding. The challenge is there was a lot less land now to deal with, and it was becoming more and more expensive. So really a concerted effort is made to find new recreation areas, find land that is still undeveloped, and bring it into the system and redevelop or reinvest in some of the existing park areas. Nelson Rockefeller is really responsible for the end of Robert Moses's his place in state government. Basically, Rockefeller has asked Moses to step aside from the State Council of Parks in order that his brother can assume the mantle for the next 10 years for a big period, a big build out. And Moses refuses and says, well, I'll resign all my positions. And Rockefeller says, okay then. And Moses realizes he had sort of overplayed his hand, but that's the end. Of course, Lawrence Rockefeller, Moses cries nepotism. Lawrence Rockefeller is a highly respected conservationist. He served on national study bodies about recreation. He's been in the Palisades Interstate Park Commission. He is a very savvy and capable individual. So easy to cry nepotism, but the fact is he was well suited to this job and for this next 10 years of intensive development. By the end of the period, the State Council of Parks will become advisory. DEC and Parks will have split off, and eventually the power will be vested in the commissioner and not in the council. So it's, again, organizing, these agencies. I love this picture because it's just like, we're dropping the switch on you, And again, Moses, he enjoyed his power, let us say. He enjoyed his power, but he ran into an immovable object in Nelson Rockefeller. In this period, as I said, looking for new opportunities. Where are the new opportunities? Reuse of the old Erie Canal was one, creating a linear park out of a historic transportation feature, and also Sampson State Park in the Finger Lakes region. Basically, this massive military base, which functioned in the Second World War and after, was purchased for park purposes. A lot of that infrastructure is still there when you go there. It's incredible how large that facility is. It was absolutely sprawling. But the major thrust, once again, is property that has waterfront access. That is always a prevailing theme of parks and recreation. It should have a water amenity if it can. And new architecture. Of course, one of I don't want to say the benefit, but World War II scatters any number of talented modern European architects into America and into American institutions that teach architecture. So in the post-war period, we see architecture that sometimes has some sort of hints of rusticity, but it really is being forged in a more modern idiom with more cost-effective materials, less labor involved. So we see in some of our parks, we see the use of stone and natural materials, but we see buildings that by this period begin to reflect the more modern sentiment about architecture and recreational architecture. And by this period, the rustic look is viewed as sort of just, naive, or it's been assailed, let us say, by any number of people by that time. Yeah, new frontiers. So at the end of the Rockefeller period, we established a state park region in New York City. And we build basically a very important facility, Harlem River Bronx State Park, or what becomes, after his untimely death, Roberto Clemente State Park. And the idea of building a park facility that's not going to be accessed by car, it's going to be accessed by foot or by mass transit. It's a facility that shows state parks to some extent comprehends that they've left some people behind, that there are people for whom a car is not something they have, or travel, or the cost of these things. We need to bring these things closer to people. And I think on some extent, I haven't looked deeply at this, it's probably in part it has to do with the failings of Robert Moses and the City Parks Commission and where he located recreational facilities, which weren't always in the best interest, especially of lower income people. That's very clear. So this in some ways rights a wrong or acknowledges that, hey, some people can't drive out to Letchworth or Niagara Falls. We need to create spaces for them closer to home. We say an ongoing journey. I really feel like our park system, what I've seen of it, is an organic creature. It's evolving, it's expanding, it's changing. We have opportunities to tell what we call our whole history, right? Let's tell the complete story. Let's just not tell the story, the narrow perspective that was, favored at one time. We need to tell a more inclusive history. So Ganondagan, we have not only the site of a 17th century Seneca village, we have a replica longhouse, and now we have the Seneca Arts and Culture Center there as a place to tell these stories that at one time really did not have a venue. And I look at the transformation of Phillips Manor Hall, which told a sort of very narrow story that we've now expanded to tell a much wider story about the world they lived in, the people they interacted with. What is the whole view of history? So that facility is now accessible and it has a different interpretive agenda. So again, as long as we have the resources, we always have the opportunity to work on our stories and our narratives as the culture changes. And more recently, again, now there's not a lot of undeveloped land out there. So you got to look carefully. Sojourner Truth State Park, which I've walked, which is really a post-industrial landscape near Kingston, being transformed into a recreational area. And walkway over the Hudson, of course, the use of a former railroad bridge to create a great amenity. I mean, the visitation to that site is remarkable. And again, all are welcome. All should be able to access our places, whether that means better surfacing for people who have mobility issues, whether it's the Ant Trail, the Autism Nature Trail at Letchworth, or some of these things. We're constantly looking to really, again, expand the system, make sure people can get to it, make sure someone doesn't show up and can't get to the view that everybody's talking about. And also other things, climate initiative. We are studying the impacts of climate change on our coastal facilities, energy initiatives, trying to reduce our carbon footprint. So again, more sort of things we're doing now in contemporary times that have great value. I say there's no way, Kath, though, to tell this story. This is a sampling of some of the big themes. Each region, each park region could probably be studied for years alone. Having read through some of those commission minutes, it's a long journey, but it is an incredible system. I think we're all pretty proud of it, and that's about it.
Yeah, that was fantastic, Bill. Thank you so much. Questions about the presentation for Bill? Hey, I have one. I hadn't thought about this before, but to what degree is like the road system in New York State a result of the desire to get people from cities to parks?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of it absolutely is. Some of it was never finished, like the Lake Ontario State Parkway. Segments of it were built. It was never built. But yeah, I think to some extent because, Parks was working closely with know if it was the Highway Commission at that time, to basically evaluate this. Yes, it was a big thrust, was to say, hey, this is great, but people can't get here. So yeah, I'd say that needs to be studied. That's actually a fascinating question.
Good. And have you given this presentation elsewhere and multiple times?
I've given different versions of it. I sort of change it. I mix it up along the way. We did one at the preservation conference. We've
Nice.
had half of it was about our park architecture and some of the challenges we face. Yeah.
It's really nice. I think it's something that, we should maybe offer to other state park regions to have an event. Would you be willing to travel around the state and give the talk?
Absolutely.
I think it would be really fantastic. Thank you.
I welcome that idea. I think that it really, if you can afford the time, if the agency can, it should be on the road, and not just to all of us. I mean, the public and the press need to appreciate this. It's a very eloquent statement of an enormously moving story of public action in the public interest, and it's unique to New York, I think, really, and its early origins make it particularly.
There's Kathy.
So it's people are familiar with the Depression and so forth, but the fact that this started early, as you say, with the Hudson River School and the concern about conserving the wilderness, and then moving into the 20th century interest. Well done, Bill.
Thank you. Yeah. Yep.
God knows, that's something we all. Governor, I just started to say what it was like. Everyone. So I would. Even though we might want to think about what it parts and give this in front of these like great story, precise and different.
Yeah, that's a Dan question.
Carol.
I thought that it was wonderful that you talked about the American Scenic and Historic Preservation Society, because I think they're really going to happen now, largely.
And I think they still exist, actually. Oh, they.
Sort of only came only, absorbed by another. But I thought that there must have been a lot of interesting connections between them and the beginning of the state park system, which I didn't know about, but it couldn't make it into its presentation. But it's certainly fascinating.
Good to know.
And other things just hinted at is the fascinating separation of DEC from the state park system and all of that, all of those power.
Yeah, the
So,
separation of conservation and recreation
Yeah.
functions. Yeah,
yeah, well done again.
I'll just add to the
Go ahead.
the mention of the American Scenic and Historic Preservation. Nash Castro of the Palisades region was the last chair, I think, or president, whatever the title was, of that organization. It had been inactive for 60 years. And it was a question of where would the archives go, because they were tremendously rich. And they were on loan to the New York Public Library. And we were trying to get them moved to somewhere else. I don't know, the FDR library or something. And I think in the end, they were donated to the New York Public Library. And I don't know whether anybody has ever looked at them. I mean, maybe you have, right? Yeah. So.
Gretchen, please.
I loved it. I thought it was wonderful. And I, as a historian, I like the history part, but I wish that you could even expand the modern part, because I think if I was talking about legislators, they're interested in how you're serving people today.
Yeah,
And I
yep.
know that what's going on at the historic sites and is even broader, and bringing more people into the parks and more people into the sites. And they were very significant during COVID.
Yes.
And I think maybe updating it even more, because the history part is the large part of it, but the
Yeah, what are we
modern
doing
piece
now? Yeah, yeah,
is really,
yeah, noted. That's
really very important for people to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. All right, let's move on to the Deputy Commissioner's report. Daniel?
How about now? So, Bill, thank you again for the presentation. I've seen it in multiple formats. Each has been interesting as the point of emphasis has changed. WMHT is actually producing a documentary on the state park system as part of our Centennial programming, and Bill is one of the members of the division staff that has been tapped to inform that, along with Cordell Reeves and others. So there should be a significant portion of this material should make that presentation. Nonetheless, not all of it will. All of it does need to be part of the perhaps the introduction packet to any new state parks employee, that you would be introduced to a very significant history that has adapted and adapted in progressive fashion to each era. And Gretchen, I agree. What we're accomplishing or seeking to accomplish now across the entirety of the program is quite significant, and we are proving the success with, if you look at the numbers at Phillips Manor Hall, the attendance numbers, the school group numbers before our $20 million investment and after, and just as you would want to see, it is a significant change and uptick in terms of community engagement and community awareness of a long moribund site. So, Bill, thank you again. So to my report, just a brief update on the state budget. When we met in March, we knew the executive budget proposal, what it was, and the executive budget proposal for state parks survived the budget negotiation process. So the outcomes included $300 million in capital funding for New York State Parks. That is a record level of funding. It includes a $100 million commitment to projects at Jones Beach State Park. Additional capital funding was allocated from the Bond Act to reopen Sebago Lake and Harriman State Park, and to fully develop Sojourner Truth State Park, which was featured in Bill's presentation in Kingston. We have a strong operations budget, and we have had our agency-wide cap increased for staffing. So we continue to grow under Kathy Hochul's administration. Since our March meeting, we also held our statewide historic preservation conference held mid-April in Rochester, New York. Attendance was just over 300 attendees, with 100 of those attendees registered for the certified local government training primarily intended for commissions to understand and undertake their work more effectively. The awards program has now been, what used to be a December event following our December State Review Board meeting, has now been shifted and probably will continue to stay affiliated now with the statewide preservation conference in April. It featured a new award this year named for former Commissioner Joan Davidson, who passed earlier this year. Matt Davidson and his family attended to make that presentation. That was very, very nice feature of the awards program. And then Commissioner Pro Tem Randy Simons emceed the entire program with really, exceptional enthusiasm. And it was great to have the commissioner really leading the awards program for us and being exposed to the width and breadth and diversity of what our preservation awards acknowledge this year. And then just as a note, our 2025 conference will be April 2025 in Poughkeepsie, New York. So we're bringing it back to the eastern side of the state. I want to briefly share with the board that the New York State Preservation Office / Division for Historic Preservation is the focus of an Article 78 challenge filed by Sunoco Oil LLC for my actions as Deputy Commissioner, Deputy State Preservation Officer, to list that property as a component of the Papscony Island Historic District. We listed that property, that district, to the State Register of Historic Places. You will recall that those deliberations and proceedings from the June and December 2023 meetings, per your recommendation and my consenting signature, the Sunoco property was listed, among others, on the State Register of Historic Places. That action took place following the board meeting in December. And as you recall, the proposed district did not have the support from a majority of landowners to list on the National Register. The nomination paperwork was sent to the National Park Service as required in January for the purpose of determining the National Register eligibility of the district, which the National Park Service confirmed in mid-January 2024. So agency staff, in conjunction with Counsel's Office and the Office of State Attorney General, are preparing affidavits in this matter. I do not want to take any questions further, any questions from the board about this, given that it is active litigation, but wanted to make you aware of the Article 78 filing. Today, the agency announced the award of $294,000 in federal regrants for the interpretive and capital project funds for interpretive and capital projects for historic maritime resources. This is an award we received from the National Park Service in 2022. We then geared up a grant program. Great thanks to the staff that participated in that, in particular Molly Donahue, who really was lead on this grant program administrative process. We received 53 pre-applications for consideration. The final applications were due in February. We received 41 final applications. The pre-applications totaled $23 million in funding requests. We had $294,000 to give away. There's a gap there. We will provide you with a copy of the press release later today, so you can leave with it. It's got great geographic distribution. It certainly acknowledges projects affiliated with the Rev War commemorative period ahead, as well as the Erie Canal completion by Centennial in 2025. So it's a really exceptional distribution and exceptional quality of projects. Last week in Washington, D.C., the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, known as NOAA, announced the designation of the nation's 16th National Marine Sanctuary in Eastern Lake Ontario. The designation spans from the city of Oswego to the St. Lawrence River and out to the international boundary with Canada. This designation is a result of a 7-year grassroots-led effort by local communities and business leaders, and will bring significant NOAA funding, staffing, and research capabilities to the region. The designation highlights 43 known shipwrecks and 1 aircraft. These cultural assets are at the heart of this designation, and great thanks to Nancy Herder in our office for her work to support, in conjunction with Department of State and NOAA, the development of this designation. The sanctuary will be co-managed by NOAA, the Department of State, and New York State Parks. A formal ribbon cutting will be held in Oswego, New York in early September. This is the first National Marine Sanctuary designation in New York State, the 16th in the nation. A second designation is just launching to designate a deepwater canyon off New York and New Jersey called Hudson Canyon. And NOAA is equally excited about that opportunity. As my final item, Chelsea Towers will be introducing new staff in the National Register and Survey Unit in her remarks, but I want to conclude my remarks with acknowledgement of a significant departure from our unit. Virginia Bartos is retiring after 23 years of dedication and commitment to the mission of the New York State Historic Preservation Office. She is here behind me. Most of her career as a survey and National Register program representative, She covered various geographic territories, including the Southern Tier, Long Island, Queens, Central New York, and the Finger Lakes. Despite that strong upstate identity, Kathy Howe shared that Virginia's favorite nominations are all from downstate. The Big Duck on Long Island, the John Coltrane House, Long Island, the New York State Pavilion at the 1965 World's Fairgrounds in Queens, and she also mentioned 2 churches in Forest Hills Gardens in Queens. Virginia maintained a very busy schedule of consultation reviews over her years, with over 11,000 reviews under her sign-off. She prepared, presented, and listed 344 National Register nominations to the State Review Board. She was active as part of the PEF union, as part of PEF. She was the union treasurer for the local council and served as a union steward, and was a voice, very much a voice and leader for the union within and among division staff. Virginia was, she always played an active role in our People's Island community by helping out with holiday luncheons and fundraisers. And as a result, for that body of work, for her personality, it is really quite hard for me to imagine this office and the undertaking of our work without her here. She has been a constant in many ways. We know Virginia as a committed and stalwart member of our staff, generous in sharing her experience, consistently stepping into key roles in critical moments, and welcoming of new staff. Her quiet sense of humor made frequent guest appearances in both casual and professional conversations. She had the best stocked candy jar on the 3rd floor. But what I want to emphasize was the trust we felt in her. Born of Midwestern pragmatism, deep experience, and concise and accurate observations and analysis in many matters of preservation. Virginia, you will be sorely missed, and I ask the board to join me in wishing her well in the coming years.
Thank you, Daniel. Next agenda item, we move on to the National Register nomination reviews.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. So thank you again for joining us today at People's Island State Park Visitor Center. We welcome our nomination sponsors, consultants, and property owners who have worked very hard alongside our National Register staff to prepare the nominations you'll see today. You'll hear about 18 new National Register nominations and 1 additional documentation amendment from 14 counties across New York State. With these nominations, we add over 200 properties to the National Register in recognition of historic significance in a wide range of areas, including architecture, commerce, LGBT history, education, social history, archaeology, and many others. Of these nominations, 12 are in support of commercial tax credit applications, and 6 are honorary designations. Since we have last met, the Survey and National Register Unit has welcomed 2 additional staff members. Sarah Evanson, who joins us from our own Community Affairs Unit, is sitting in the back corner over there, helping with the audio situation today. And then also Jeffrey, I'm going to say this wrong, Giovanoni, whose previous experience includes work with the Landmark Society of Western New York. Both have just started last week, so no nomination presentations today, but I'm sure you will be seeing many nominations at future meetings to come. The entire staff has worked very hard to prepare the nominations and presentations you'll hear today, but a special thank you, of course, goes to Virginia, who has prepared the presentation slides. As you heard from Daniel, this is Virginia's last State Review Board meeting. As of July 4th, actually, she will officially retire after the 23 years of service. We calculate upwards of 300 National Register nominations over the course of that career. So, for our guests who are joining us remotely and who have a special interest in the nomination presentations here today, you are welcome to offer comment following the presentation of your nomination. Each virtual attendee should have the ability to unmute yourself when it is your turn to speak. And if your representative from the staff know that you're here today to talk, they will introduce you as well. With that being said, we will begin the presentations with our first nomination from St. Lawrence County, presented by Leslie.
I have two projects to introduce to you today. As Chelsea said, the first one is in St. Lawrence County. It is the Hale Cemetery, which is a settlement era burial ground that opened in 1823. It is significant under criterion A. Oh, I'm sorry. Advance. Here we go. It is significant under criterion A for its age and for being one of the few surviving resources that represent the first wave of early New England migration to St. Lawrence County. The property also meets criterion C in the area of art as it derives significance from the evolution of funerary art and its distinctive design features, such as a notable stone wall and arch, which you can see here. Hale is still in use as a cemetery today. Based on the age of the earliest graves, it is likely that Hale originally served as a small rural family or community plot that adhered to a geometric pattern of rows, although early graves were spread out. Locals who had moved to the area primarily from Vermont and Massachusetts began to use the cemetery in the 1830s, with usage increasing after 1850. From this point on, Hale averaged about 45 burials each decade until the 1970s. This was despite at least two other cemeteries that opened up around the same time in the nearby town of Norfolk. In 1923, local mason George Dove designed the stone wall and arch at what was then the entrance. The area south of this wall is now known as the New Section, as it has been the site of about 200 burials since the early 1960s. And you can see the marker points to where the wall is, and north of that is the old section, and south of that is the new section. For comparison, there are over 1,300 graves in the old section. Both sections are included in this listing. Many of the markers in Hale contain iconography and design choices that reflect the shifting concepts of death from the early 19th century well into the Victorian period. For example, Hannah Thatcher's marker, seen on the left, is the oldest in the cemetery and marks the beginning of the period of significance, which is 1823. We can faintly make out two intricately carved weeping willows on an otherwise simple marker, which was a common design choice in the early 19th century. By the 1870s, one can see the transition to sculptural obelisks and urns, particularly among family plots. A good example is the 1878 marker for Ira Hale and his family. This was the cemetery's namesake. The burial ground has a crushed gravel drive bisecting it, and just north of the wall, this drive splits to circle the perimeter of the old section. The stone arch and wall is a distinct feature not seen in other cemeteries, although George Dove's exquisite stonework is also visible on a 110-year-old fountain in the nearby town of Norwood. This is an honorary nomination, and it is sponsored by the Hale Cemetery Association. They join us on the call today, and they're hopeful that designation will allow them to access additional resources to restore this arch and the wall. Are there any questions, comments?
Questions or comments from the board about Hale Cemetery? Do I hear a motion? Tom, do I have a second? Chuck? Chuck beat you to it. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you.
As I get older, I identify more and more with cemetery.
Okay, second nomination today is the Berkeley Square, which is an existing historic district, and this is a boundary increase in additional documentation. Situated at the main intersection of Saranac Lakes Business District, the Berkeley Square Historic District was originally listed in 1988 with two areas of significance: architecture and health and medicine. This boundary increase in additional documentation completes the district by adding architecturally significant buildings that are eligible under criterion A for commerce, and by expanding the period of significance to range from 1867 to 1954. The original end date was 1932. In addition, a survey was undertaken to provide updated information for previously listed buildings. The survey also showed that many of the commercial buildings that were initially excluded due to alterations actually demonstrate they meet current National Register standards of integrity. Although Saranac Lake's development in the 19th century was largely centered around logging and outdoor recreation, the largest economic driver was Dr. Edward Livingston Trudeau's sanatorium. Trudeau's Sanatorium and Laboratory were one of the longest-running tuberculosis institutions in the U.S., attracting patients from all over the country. Historic images such as those on the right readily show the growth of the town between 1880s and 1920s after the tuberculosis industry took root in Saranac Lake. Businesses, civic enterprises, and cutting-edge sanitary infrastructure rapidly developed to support the growing population of patients and employees associated with the TB cure industry. The original Berkeley Square District contained 23 contributing resources, primarily on the east side of Saranac Lake's Main Street. Some buildings that contribute now were not eligible at the time of the original nomination due to the 50-year cutoff. You can see the original boundaries outlined in yellow on the image on the left. Hopefully you can see that. And then the new boundary and properties are highlighted in green. The amended nomination proposes to add 28 additional structures throughout Saranac Lake's commercial core, including civic buildings and TB cure cottages. Cure cottages usually consisted of private homes used as boarding houses, nursing centers, and small living communities for TB patients. They are common in Saranac Lake and are particularly distinguished for their cure porches, where patients were encouraged to take in fresh air the majority of the day, and sometimes even slept on them. The contributing buildings in the district expansion particularly represent the town's commercial growth up until 1954, when the Trudeau Sanatorium closed. Some notable Adirondack architects came to Saranac Lake when they were also afflicted with tuberculosis, and their designs can be seen all along Main Street and Broadway. Several of these commercial buildings served as pharmacies catering to the needs of patients, although ironically, there is also record of at least 2 tobacco shops. There are several civic buildings in the district, including 2 that are newly added: the Saranac Lake Public Library on the top left and the post office on the top right. The town hall was part of the original district and is still contributing. Woodruff Street also falls within the new boundary, as it has several residential buildings related to the TV industry. For example, the White House on the left picture, where there is an arrow pointing, was originally built as a single-family dwelling, but after Trudeau's Sanitarium opened, it was transformed into a cure cottage to meet the shifting needs of the community. The Berkeley Square Historic District is also an honorary nomination. It is sponsored by the Historic Saranac Lake, who have joined us virtually. We did receive one letter of objection from a commercial building owner, but we also received a letter of support from the mayor. And we had a lot of positive feedback from business owners when I did a site visit in April. Are there any questions or comments?
Questions or comments about Berkeley Square Historic District? Please, Fabiana.
Thank you. So you said you received one letter of objection. Can you tell us what the business owner objected to?
They did not specify that.
Thank you.
I, for one, thought this was a great nomination to see, just in terms of process and updating, to know that these things aren't, just forgotten once they're listed. They're revisited, and this was a really nice job. I'd be happy to make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Gretchen, all in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Dan Boggs, taking us back to Black Walnut Island.
All right, can you hear me all right? Okay. Black Walnut Island 2, Orange County, is eligible for the state and national registers of historic places under criterion D. Not something we get very often. As a significant archaeological resource spanning over 4,000 years of prehistory. The Black Walnut Island 2 site consists of roughly 7 acres of high ground within the marshy region known as the Black Dirt or Drowned Lands of the Wallkill River Valley. The wetlands naturally occurring in this area were historically rich with natural resources, including various species of turtle, fish, and migratory birds. Historically, this area is reported to have been utilized by the Waoranic indigenous peoples who were believed to have been associated with the Munsee Confederation during the 17th century and merging with the larger Delaware Confederacy by the 18th century. Indigenous peoples found the Black Walnut Island 2 location to be well suited to serve as a base for foraging the abundant resources of the surrounding area. Repeated use of the site over millennia left a substantial range of well-preserved archaeological deposits. Let's see. Yeah, this Norman skill style projectile point recovered from the site is associated with the middle to late Archaic period of roughly 5,000 years ago. Limited excavations within the site boundaries have revealed a variety of archaeological features, such as this hearth, evidenced by the scattering of fire-cracked rock. Other finds include several types of pottery, projectile points, stone tools, and other artifacts representing 3 different occupation eras, the late Archaic, Middle Woodland, and late Woodland periods. Today, the site is mixed forest and fields surrounded by low-lying farmlands and wetlands. It retains a high potential for further archaeological research. No letters of objection were received for this nomination. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board about Black Walnut Island 2? Go ahead. Yeah.
Once a site is designated as an archaeological site, how do you protect it?
It's protected the same as any other National Register listed property from state and federal actions. Any permits, any funding projects that would be involved in the area.
But anybody could just at night go out and dig if they weren't,
Well, it's private property, so they would have.
so anybody at night could go out.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I just was curious.
No, it's a good question. One of the things that we struggle with a lot in pre-contact archaeology is divulging site locations or not divulging site locations. When we write an archaeology site report or do a project, a lot of times all the imagery in there says not for public access, things like that. But it's a difficult situation to protect and preserve archaeology.
Advertise, do people know it's like what happens to the nomination?
I'm sorry? Right.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. That was my question.
And even in the presentation, the information regarding location is very general, so.
Mhm. Yeah, deliberately vague. It's a good question.
I noticed sign that there was a
Correct. Yeah.
It might not be appropriate for archaeological sites like this, but there's no question that generally speaking, a property listed on the National Register can be picked up by the municipal government for protection against inappropriate demolition or development, construction of various kinds. It's certainly happens quite often and should be encouraged, except in a case like this, I guess, where we want to be quiet about it.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chuck.
Just want to add, in terms of protecting site locations are exempt from FOIL at both state and federal release. We don't have to release them at all to the public. And that's why those files are usually kept under lock and key.
And to what extent do we consult or speak with indigenous populations about these things when this process is going on?
I'll field that one if you don't mind. This nomination was presented at our last meeting, but because of a lack of consultation, I requested that this be pulled and tabled so that the form could be rewritten to remove some research questions that were inappropriate. And I also insisted from the perspective of the board that consultation should occur and nations should be reviewing this nomination form. And that has occurred, is my understanding, and is continuing to occur.
Great.
Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion? I'll move it. Tom, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Right. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So good afternoon, I guess. Yes, perfect. Good noon then. So the Audubon Park Historic District is significant under Criterion A in the area of community development and Criterion C as an exemplary representation of early 20th century urban residential architecture. The period of significance for this district begins in 1896 with creation of 12 row houses and ends in 1932 when the final apartment building in the district was constructed. This district is located in Manhattan and its boundaries are West 156th Street, Broadway, West 155th Street, and Riverside Drive West. So in 1841, naturalist and artist John James Audubon purchased 14 acres of land for a rural family retreat. This property was located near present-day Riverside Drive and West 156th Street. John James died in 1851,
at which time the Audubons were in dire financial straits. Audubon's sons drew up a subdivision plan with 200 city lots, which they sold off in piecemeal fashion. And by 1860, the Audubon property had been developed into an exclusive residential enclave called Audubon Park. As early as the 1870s, Audubon Park was being eyed for development. First came the extension of Broadway to 155th Street in 1872, then the opening of the Boulevard Lafayette in 1895, which shaved off a corner of the park. In 1904, the construction of Riverside Drive began, which would cleave the district in half and create mind-boggling traffic. Residents voiced their concerns before construction had even completed, and it took the city until 1926 to approve a viaduct for Riverside Drive, naming it Riverside Drive West. This period of urban planning demonstrates the challenges faced by architects and developers, as well as the radical transformation from a small family retreat to an urban neighborhood. The first period of development within the park was the construction of 12 brick and stone row houses by John Leo, which were located on West 158th Street and were completed by 1898. These share an eclectic mix of late 19th century styles, including Romanesque Revival, Neo-Renaissance, and Beaux-Arts, organized in an alternating pattern. Many early owners of these row houses were upper middle class professionals, and most were first-generation American citizens. Leo's Row would be the first and last of its kind to be constructed in the park. Then, in 1904, Archer Huntington purchased a parcel between 155th Street and 156th Streets, with the intention of creating a world-class institution for the study of Spanish and Portuguese culture. His cousin, Charles Pratt Huntington, had recently graduated from the École des Beaux-Arts and designed several buildings in a neo-Renaissance revival style, establishing the architectural theme for the complex. The terrace was listed on the National Register in 1980. Then in 1904, again, the real estate syndicate purchased all remaining land east of Riverside Drive between 156th Streets and 158th Street, shown here in yellow. They, in turn, sold the lots to builders, and in 1909, construction commenced on 8 apartment buildings, most of which were modified U or O shapes and range from 6 to 12 stories. These buildings were largely designed for middle-class families with upper-class pretensions. Most of the construction capital went to the design of the facades, which featured styles such as Italian and French Renaissance, Beaux-Arts, Gothic, and Colonial Revival, with the most elaborate of these along Broadway and Riverside. Developers faced numerous constraints such as lot size, natural light and air, fire safety, elevators, and the separation of spaces based on class. During the 1910s and 20s, 6 additional apartment buildings were constructed, as well as a 2-story Mediterranean revival-style duplex at 809 and 811 Riverside Drive, which would become the home of the developer of 807 Riverside, Nathan Burler. And shown here is the Vauxhall, an 11-story arts and crafts style building, which was built in 1913. The final underdeveloped portion of Audubon Park lay between Riverside Drive and its viaduct extension. In 1930, builders Nathaniel and Edward Brandt constructed 2 apartment buildings here and then set their eyes to the south, the same location where Audubon had built his homestead in 1841, shown here in yellow. Although the Washington Heights Taxpayers Association had been trying to drum up preservation support for decades, they received little of it from the city. In 1931, the Brandts gave the association 2 weeks to relocate the house, and at the last minute, the National Association of Audubon Societies provided funds for relocation, although the reassembly process was unsuccessful. Once the house had been dismantled, the Brandts constructed a beige brick medieval revival style apartment building at 765 Riverside Drive, continuing the style used in their pair from 1930. This 3rd building was completed in 1932 and was the last to be built in the district. We've received 2 letters of support and no letters of objection. Any comments or questions?
This is a particularly interesting history on a very small proposed district. And I think it's very well presented. I'd be very happy to move.
Carol, do you have a comment? Please. Yes.
I wanted to say how delighted I was to see that the row of road jurisdiction, that row of yes. So those of us who follow these feel the same way.
Any other questions or comments? Carol, would you like to second Wynn's motion? Fantastic. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries. Thank you, Campbell.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in charge. Good morning, or afternoon, sorry, Campbell said that. Good afternoon. I'm here this afternoon to present the Dolgeville Universalist Church. The Dolgeville Universalist Church is located in the village of Dolgeville, Herkimer County. The church is locally significant under Criterion C as an intact example of Queen Anne and Tudor Revival ecclesiastical architecture. Built in 1895, the church expresses both of these styles with the steeply pitched slate cross gable roof, exposed rafter tails, shingle skirt, and stone foundation. The church is an example of an understated ecclesiastical style, becoming popular in the late 19th century and diverging from the high Victorian church styles of Gothic Revival and Romanesque. Designed by Frederick H. Goff, a prominent architect from Utica, he scaled this church building differently to fit the rural village setting and the residential surroundings, instead of a normal urban church that he normally did in Utica that was more of a soaring above its surroundings. The church reflects the Queen Anne style with an emphasis on asymmetry and complexity of form, the prominent use of the tower and various exterior surface treatments. The Tudor Revival style was influenced by the arts and crafts movement with a rejection of ornament and mass-produced features, using instead medieval English details like the half timbering, the stucco, the steeply gabled roof, the prominent chimney, and stone and leaded glass windows. The interior space is composed of an auditorium church plan with a vestibule in the entrance tower, and then a 2-room sanctuary space with pocket doors that can be closed to create a division between the sanctuary and a fellowship hall. Tudor Revival details are prominent in the sanctuary space, the heavy timber framing truss work with the hammer braces and exposed tongue and groove roof decking on the ceiling. The fellowship hall space does not have the truss work, but continues the tongue and groove roof decking. And this nomination is honorary, sponsored by the owner of the property. This is the Dolgeville Universalist Church. Are there any questions?
Dolgeville is an incredibly important little village in Herkimer County that nobody really knows about.
Right.
And I wondered if the rest of the village that was part of the piano hammer industry is on the register, or why this is just an individual nomination.
Mainly, this was, again, individually sponsored by the owner of the property, who was interested in seeing this property on the National Register. The factory building is
already-
listed on the National Register. So that factory complex is already listed. The village would need to have a sponsor to work on putting together a survey of the village. There has been some little bit of surveys just based on consultation projects through the year. I've looked at the commercial area of the downtown. So we would need to have some survey sponsorship for a nomination for the village. But yes, the factory complex is National Register listed.
Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion? Jay? Chuck seconds. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries. How's our time? Virginia, do you want to do yours before lunch or after lunch? Yeah, cool. Let's get them done.
All right, let's get organized here. Once again, I want to welcome you to the Finger Lakes. I have two presentations this morning, one from Monroe County and another from Genesee County. First up is the Wimbledon Road Historic District, a small district of 30 contributing residences and one previously listed residence in the town of Irondequoit. The period of significance of 1927 to 1930 reflects the construction dates in the district. And just to clarify, the houses were built between 1927 and 1929, and the last of the historic garages was built in 1930. You may have noticed in the nomination that it goes back and forth between 1927, 1929, 1927, 1930, and that's the reason. Okay. For those unfamiliar with Monroe County, Irondequoit borders Rochester on the east and is in the northeast part of the county. The town is also a certified local government and is the sponsor of this nomination. And to date, we have received one enthusiastic letter of support from a property owner. I should also mention that the district is in a qualifying census tract, allowing property owners to apply for the New York State Homeowner Rehabilitation Tax Credit. The district is being nominated in the area of community planning and development as a planned residential development by Fred Tosh, a contractor who took advantage of lands that became available in the Rogers estate in Irondequoit. In the 1920s, he founded the F.P. Tosh Company and began building homes in the 19th Ward area of Rochester. This was a time when the demand increased for housing, especially in the suburbs of Rochester. Tosh originally trained as a carpenter, and his skills in building and marketing earned his company a reputation for building quality homes for middle-class families. Tosh's success with Wimbledon Road led to other developments in the Rochester area before he moved his operations to Buffalo in the 1940s. The district is also being nominated in the area of architecture for design integrity and for Tosh's use of the master model home. The concept of the model home can be traced back to Prince Albert, introducing a model working class home at the 1851 Crystal Palace Exposition in London. Subsequent World Fairs and expositions had buildings to show styles particular to a country, but these were not strictly model homes. The concept reemerged in the early 20th century in America with the better homes and small house movements. In the 1920s, the concept of the model home reached Rochester. The local paper co-sponsored a master model home competition, and Tosh was chosen in 1927 and 1928 to have a master model home each year, seen here, that the paper extensively reported on and advertised. As a result, potential buyers flocked to Irondequoit to see the homes and all the latest amenities that they featured. Tosh benefited from another marketing tactic by showing a Kodak film of the construction of 288 Wimbledon Road seen in the lower image. It was shown in the basement of the house, and I also need to mention that 288 Wimbledon Road was individually listed in 2015. As stated in the nomination, the residences within the district were designed by Fred P. Tosh as modest adaptations of architectural styles popular during the 1920s, namely the Tudor Revival, Colonial Revival, and Dutch Colonial Revival. All houses in this house styles had similar forms and massing, but no two were alike. Rather than sell a lot to an owner and allow them to choose a design, Tosh let them pick a form and select details from a curated list. This allowed Tosh to have complete control over the look, style, and marketability of the houses. These were houses destined to be affordable for the potential middle-class owner looking for a quiet place in the suburbs with easy access to public transportation. And these images show the basic architectural styles with their selected details. The arrangement of the residences gives this section of Wimbledon Road a distinct look or appearance different from other residential streets in Irondequoit. Personally, Tosh seemed to me to be a bit of a control freak. But in retrospect, I realized that he knew his audience and clientele, and controlling the appearance was to everyone's advantage. Several of the homes are similar to the style to the 19th Ward's Arvine Heights Historic District that was listed in 2015. But the rhythm of the street differs with the placement of the houses, as can be seen in these two street views. Arvine is less refined in application of the styles and includes craftsman bungalows, a style not seen on Wimbledon Road. Now, I believe that Chris Brandt, the author of this nomination and a representative of the town, are virtual guests. And if that is the case, I'd like to invite them to make brief comments if they wish. And if Chris is here, this is your opportunity to ask him questions about the nomination. Okay.
Oh, this is Andre Evans. I'm the town supervisor for Irondequoit. And unfortunately, I have to step into another meeting, but I want to first thank Chris for all the great work that he does. The town of Irondequoit has a great historical history, historical significance from the Native American time to now. And I really want to thank you for considering this neighborhood as is one of the better neighborhoods in not only in Irondequoit, but New York State. So Chris, with that, I'll kick it to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Evans. Yeah, this has been a long project coming, as Virginia knows, and I wanted to make good on our promise that we would get this nomination in before she retired. And this was a collective effort of our Historic Preservation Commission in the town, of which I'm the chair. But then, yeah, I was, certainly involved a lot with the final drafting and editing, and a lot of the foundational research for the nomination. But the commission as a whole is listed as the author because all members of the commission did contribute to the final written document.
Questions, comments first?
The comments about Wimbledon Road Historic District. Do I hear a motion? Gretchen moved it. I'll second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? There being none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, and my very last presentation to the board, is the Oakfield High School being nominated individually in the areas of education and architecture. The building is also a commercial tax credit, having received its Part 1 approval in 2022. The period of significance is 1927 to 1956 for its primary use as a high school and for reflecting state guidelines for school construction that emphasize health and safety improvements such as enhanced lighting in classrooms that aided in education. There we go. Oakfield is a small village in Genesee County, roughly 6 miles west of Batavia. The school is sited on a prominent corner in the village on a 2.5-acre property where the main roads of North Pearl, Drake, and South Main Streets all intersect at what is the heart of the village. The location attests to the source of pride that the community had when the school was built in 1927 to serve the growing student population. The building continues to serve the community as affordable senior housing, and this image shows the rehabilitated exterior that removed infilled portions of the windows to return the exterior to its original appearance. Several original windows were either restored or replicated to achieve this. Oakwood High School is the third school designed by Rochester architect Carl Ade that I've presented to this board. The other two were the Watkins Glen High School, listed in 2015, and the Waterloo High School, listed in 2019, both contemporary with the Oakfield High School. Ade was a Rochester architect who specialized in school construction, designing over 350 schools throughout upstate New York during his long career. Oakfield shares characteristics, or rather features, similar to other schools that include neoclassical details like those seen in these images, and the projecting section on the side elevation. He designed a similar projecting section to the Waterloo School that had a separate entrance, as does the Oakfield School, allowing the direct public access to the auditorium when it was used for community functions. Ade was also known for designing several buildings on the Alfred University campus, the Howe Memorial Library in 1937 in Wellsville, the Allegheny County Courthouse in 1938 in Belmont, and was the consulting architect for the Genesee Valley Trust Building, built in 1930 and NR listed in 1976. The building was originally converted to senior housing in 1981, and at that time, historic windows, doors, and other architectural pieces were stored in the auditorium, gymnasium, and basement, with the intent to be restored and reused in the building. The image on the left is a pre-tax credit image showing some of the stored pieces, and the image on the right is a current image showing one of the historic staircases. And if you know a school, there are a lot of staircases, and they've all been brought back. This project is in its Part 3 phase, and this image shows current views of the corridor rehabilitation work. Rehabilitation work was also done on the individual apartments and in common areas, all, I presume, done to Secretary of the Interior standards. As I mentioned previously, the building is still a source of pride for the community by continuing to provide affordable senior housing at a building with its historic character intact and refurbished. The nomination was written by Preservation Studios of Buffalo, and to date, our office has received one letter of support for the listing from the chair of the Village of Oakfield. Are there questions and comments?
Any questions about Oakfield High School? And Virginia's last nomination. You moving? I have a motion from Tom, and I have a second from Erica. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will call lunch. We'll break for lunch until 1:15.
My favorite.
We're going to get started again in another minute or two here. Get started again in another minute. All right, if people can start moving back to their seats, we get started.
Aye. Testing microphone aye. Testing.
It's like a tennis match.
Sorry.
Someone starts talking and I look to you. It's like,
Testing microphone M. Yeah.
Carol, the home. Hello? Okay, I got it.
Yep.
Hello? Kathy? Kathy?
Yes. Oh, you want
I want you, you know me, not as my bodyguard.
All right, are we close to go time?
No, I just need her to repeat the questions. With my, wait a minute. I don't think she's up high enough.
Was? Is. No, that was my ex-husband. All right, people could return to their seats. We'll get started.
Oh, this. Okay. Is everybody ready?
All right, we're going to, not just yet, we're going to continue the National Register nomination reviews. It's a little after 1:15. Next up is Kathleen Frank. And the first nomination is the National Casket Company in Syracuse.
Okay, I've got Kathy Howe here, not as my bodyguard, but because I'm a little deaf, she's going to repeat questions if I can't hear them. So that's, but maybe she can be my bodyguard too. Okay, so this is National Casket Company building in Syracuse. It is significant under criterion A in the area of commerce for its association with the largest 20th century manufacturer of caskets and funeral supplies in the United States, and also under criterion C as a distinctive, intact example of the company's purpose-built showroom, office, and warehouse type. The National Casket Company grew from a local manufacturer founded in Oneida, New York in 1876, acquiring numerous local and regional firms until it was the largest supplier of caskets in the United States. Capitalizing on the transformation of funeral and burial practices made possible by rail travel, embalming, and other innovations, by 1905, the company's 11 factories produced about 400,000 caskets, annually serving about 23% of the deceased in the country. By the 1920s, the company had 24 branch offices in 14 states, and by the mid-1930s, there were National Casket Company display rooms in 30 cities. In New York, they were in all the major cities, including Manhattan, Brooklyn, Albany, Oneida, Buffalo, Rochester, Williamsburg, and Syracuse. But unfortunately, the Oneida factory that you see here is no longer. It didn't go that long ago, but it was completely lost to a fire. Okay. What is especially interesting is that National Casket developed a specific typology for its offices and showrooms, at least in the northeastern markets, and we've been able to find at least 5 or 6 comparable examples. So you're looking at Albany in the upper left, Philadelphia below it, and my favorite, Scranton, over there on the right. The typology combines selection rooms, offices, and warehousing in a multi-story building that was replicated with stylistic variations throughout the 1920s and 30s. These buildings were generally located just outside city centers with easy access by automobile or train or streetcar. Examples typically consist of a 3 to 4 story rectangular or L-shaped volume divided vertically with showrooms and offices grouped near the front of the 3 to 4 bay wide facade, and warehousing and support services grouped at the rear of the building. Rear or side loading docks allowed caskets and supplies to be moved in and out discreetly, and vertical circulation was also separated with passenger elevators near the main entries and freight elevators at the rear. Ornamentation was lavished on the facades with plainer materials on the sides and rear, and likewise a much greater degree of ornamentation was used in the public-facing spaces than in the warehouse and support spaces. The concern for the comfort of customers during the selection of products is evident in the large amount of space devoted for selection rooms, and which allowed multiple families to be served simultaneously. So here's our nominated building, built in 1930. It is similar to the others, and it bears an uncanny resemblance to the Albany showroom because it was designed by the same architect, Gustavus A. Young. The Syracuse building perfectly illustrates the typical Oneida combined showroom warehouse form and type. It is constructed of brick with cast stone trim and embellished with elements of the Art Deco Tudor, and Collegiate Gothic styles. On the interior, it retains its overall spatial divisions, following the recommendations for multiple comfortable parlors and showrooms on the first floor, offices above, and mortuary space in the rear. This building retains a very high degree of integrity. All 3 floors, light fixtures, built-ins, everything, particularly finishes and ornament throughout the building, and it is an excellent example of the typology developed by the National Casket Company in the early 20th century. While it was not the only company in Syracuse, the new building was considered both prestigious and convenient, and it maintained its pivotal role in the city's funerary industry until the early 1980s. This is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1, and I have a letter of support from the Syracuse Landmarks Board. Any questions about this one?
Questions or comments about National Casket Company? Do I hear a motion? Jay, do I win? Second, all in favor? Any abstain or opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Winter, are you also thinking about casket? I don't know what, maybe you want to go over and look at the interior integrity of the Albany one, because we don't know whether that one still survives. Okay, so this is the Nemes Foundry, and I'm really excited about this one because it's right in my neighborhood. It is significant under Criterion A in the area of industry, is a rare artifact documenting Troy's prolific iron production industry in the 19th century. The foundry was constructed in 1886 for the Nemes Brothers Company, which had been established in Troy in 1873 and manufactured a wide variety of specialized iron products. These included the company's own design for an automatic stoker, which mechanically fed coal into locomotive boilers, as well as iron stove grates used internationally in an array of industries such as the sugar mills and bakeries. And I was especially excited about the shaking and dumping grates, which could clear fire boxes of ashes. The firm also provided castings for some of the area textile manufacturers and ironworks, including Ludlow Valve, GE, and Harmony Mills. So Nemes was established in the later years of the city's vast iron industry, which was contained in South Troy, and the prolific output of the various iron manufacturers made Troy one of the top iron producers in the United States. However, although they once existed in vast numbers and employed hundreds of people, buildings that produced iron or made iron products in South Troy have been almost completely lost. You might remember the Empire Stove Works, which you reviewed a meeting or two ago. The consultants for that project did a very nice job of cataloging all of the former and current buildings associated with the iron industry in Troy. So we now know that the Nemes Foundry is one of only about 3 examples that remain to illustrate this once high volume industry. Now, Michael Lopez, who's the consultant for this project, did a little survey in Habs Hair, and he came up with a number of small foundries from the period. And I've captured 3 of them here, and they are on the right, on the left, the Duval factory in Washington, D.C. from 1856. And then in the upper right, the Duluth and Iron Range Railroad Company shops and factories in Michigan, of course, in 1886. And then below it, the Lutzenberger Foundry and Pattern Shop, which is in Louisiana from 1887, all almost the same date. So after studying these, we can say that the Nemes factory, with its 1-story, 3-bay form with central entrance flanked by recessed blind arches, bears a strong physical resemblance to many of the other small foundries and industrial buildings of the period. And just to note that the collapsed north arch is scheduled to be rebuilt as part of the tax credit project. Those of you with sharp eyes will notice that there appears to have been a central arch as well. And indeed, the 1908 Sanborn map reveals that the building originally had a mansard monitor roof, which could have had an arched parapet, but this was replaced many, many years ago. And you can also see that the adjacent machine shop has also been lost. However, the relative rarity of the resource outweighs that concern. But the big story here is the interior. And like most foundries, this one was a large open space characterized by brick walls divided by pilasters underneath a massive wood truss system used to support the roof and provide for a wide open workshop space free of internal supports. A later ceiling here is now in the process of being removed in order to uncover and repair the massive modified Howe trusses that support the roof. So the Nemes building is also unusual because it was designed by Marcus F. Cummings, who is one of Troy's most important architects. And Marcus Cummings is well known for his grand institutional buildings. And we don't yet know how Cummings got involved in this, which may be his only industrial design. But it was reported in the newspaper, and the article did note that the facade would incorporate arches. The Cummings attribution makes this everyday building stand out among South Troy's dwindling industrial resources. And of course, the other thing that Nemes made was hundreds and hundreds of manhole covers, as well as catch basins, street valves, and shut-off bases. According to a 1934 article, these were among the smallest of its concerns, but the one that fellow Trojans would be most familiar with. So as a Trojan, I began my own search for an interesting Nemes manhole cover, and indeed, they were very numerous, but they were universally plain. The period of significance begins with construction in 1886 and ends in 1937, which is the date of the company's dissolution. And not only is this an historic tax credit project, but the sponsor, Collar Works, which is a nonprofit supporting emerging and underrepresented artists, has recently received a substantial grant from NYSHA, NISCOM, sorry. So this artist or gallery space will be a wonderful addition to the South Troy neighborhood. So this is a pretty exciting project. The sponsor is pretty excited about it. And that's Nemes. Any questions?
Tom, please. Motion, do I have a second? Fabiano. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Okay. So this is the first of 3 public housing projects that we have for you today. All of them are in Bronx, and all of them are preservation tax credit projects sponsored by NYSHA with approved Part 1s. I work very closely with the consultant on each of these, and I've also personally added supplementary information to each of the drafts. I'll be presenting this one, and Chris will present the other 2. And we have representatives from NYSHA on the phone. I'll introduce them after I speak. And I believe we also have the consultants on the phone, and they would also like to speak. So Boston Secor Houses is significant as an example of a late 20th century public housing project in the Bronx that illustrates important themes in NYSHA's efforts to provide integrated housing, stem white flight, and counter racism in outer borough housing projects in the 1950s and 60s. The complex is located in Eastchester in the northeastern part of the Bronx, almost to Westchester County. And this area didn't really become a desirable suburb until commuter railroads extended into the Bronx and Westchester in the 19-teens. The subway finally arrived in 1940, and over the next few decades, numerous commuting options developed. During the 1940s and 50s, private development picked up, primarily adding attached and semi-detached houses. After World War II, the location became attractive to city planners looking to address the housing crisis sparked by returning war veterans. While the government was doing its best to push white middle-class vets into the Westchester and Long Island suburbs, Some of them did not qualify for these benefits, either because they couldn't afford market rate housing or because they were excluded from government-sponsored programs or unwelcome in the newly developed suburbs because of their race. In addition, although they had lower incomes, many of these vets actually earned too much to qualify for the city's subsidized housing. So in order to serve these specific clients, as well as to continue building housing while waiting for new funding from the federal government, which had suspended its housing programs to support the war, NYCHA created its no subsidy and partial subsidy programs, in which tenants paid full or almost full rent, and NYCHA used those funds for construction and maintenance expenses. So most of the new developments were built on vacant land, such as the site acquired for Boston Secor, and there were at least 5 planned for the Northeast Bronx. So the first proposal in 1959 consisted of low-scale garden apartments that would match the character of the surrounding neighborhood. However, at a city planning hearing, both civic organizations and citizens spoke out against the project, some openly expressing racism towards the Black and Puerto Rican community, and others choosing more coded responses with the same implications. The project was approved, but it stalled almost immediately by increasing costs, and several high-rise towers were added to it, but nothing came of it. It still went nowhere. The second design, and this is actually the design for the one that was built, but the second design proposed in 1964 looked something like this one, featuring 4 16-story buildings and no garden apartments at all. This design also faced stiff community opposition from both residents and civic groups. This time, the opposition included some who opposed any housing on the site, some who opposed low-income housing, some who expressed outright opposition to Blacks and Puerto Ricans living in the neighborhood, and in addition, now some who opposed the high-rise tower design itself. The neighborhood residents were led by a local congressman who wrote that he objected to the way the project had been continually dealt to the people of the North Bronx off the bottom of the deck, a clear expression of long-held attitudes about Blacks and immigrants, and this in a neighborhood largely populated by descendants of fairly recent immigrants. As for the design, most of NYCHA's earliest and most successful developments have been planned in the same scale as surrounding buildings. But since the 1940s, the agency had favored the high-rise, so-called tower in the park prototype. As demand and land values increased, especially in urban area, towers were perceived as more efficient and economical way to house large numbers of people on smaller parcels. The towers were also a favor of Robert Moses, who held NYCHA's purse strings until the late 1950s and believed in the neighborhood cleansing school of housing, whereby vast clearances and rebuilding was a method of renewal that had nothing to do with actually renewing neighborhoods. While there may have been some justification for high-rises in Manhattan, most of the outer borough projects were undeveloped, and these arguments could not be justified. But by the mid-1950s, high-rises, at least in groups and at least outside of Harlem, were beginning to fall out of favor with planners and architects who favored smaller buildings better integrated into neighborhoods. By 1958, Moses was removed as chair of the City Planning Commission, and in the 1960s, Mayor John Lindsay initiated a number of programs that at least were intended to foster racial and economic integration. Among his initiatives was ordering that most new housing would be built in outlying non-minority areas and that such housing would be integrated. Other programs such as scatter site and vest pocket housing were intended to reduce the impact of large-scale projects on the neighborhoods. Nevertheless, Boston Secor did not benefit from these changes, and the third design from 1965 by a new architect, Ames Associates, with a landscape by Leo A. Novak, was the one that was finally built. The complex includes 4 widely spaced 16-story towers bisected by a roadway and set amidst the landscape park with plenty of space and amenities. This plan was opposed by everyone who had previously objected before, and now even by the NAACP, which believed that its proximity to other segregated housing developments, which had sprung up in the long period during which this had been planned, would lead to blockbusting. The buildings themselves were similar to several other no-subsidy complexes built in the Bronx in the 50s, and some of which you'll be seeing at future meetings. They all featured simple red brick exteriors and regularly spaced windows, but they vary slightly in their massing form, size, and site plans. Boston Secor at least had the advantage of a large site, and it was amply landscaped with curving paths, planting, sitting areas, play areas, and recreational areas. The buildings themselves were T-shaped, constructed of reinforced concrete with buff and white brick facing, and feature an alternating pattern of recessed and protruding bays. Building 3 features a community area, and this is actually a press photo of an original apartment. Residents began to move into Boston Secor in 1969, but the New York Times almost immediately ran a headline saying that the neighborhood was, quote, racially tense beneath a calm veneer, suggesting that it was the new residents themselves that had brought tension between poor minorities and lower class whites to a breaking point. I don't know if this claim had any basis in fact, or was it just anticipation, but within a few years of opening, white flight was in full force, and Boston Secor was primarily populated by Black tenants as it is today. Boston Secor shows the apparent failure of NYCH's plan to create integrated communities in these outer borough areas. It documents the effects of long-term racism and discrimination on the efforts of lower income people to improve their living conditions. It illustrates NYCH's, one of NYCH's most popular building forms, even on the cusp of change. And it reminds us that good intentions are often not enough to untangle the complicated issues of racism, design, and city planning in efforts to provide affordable housing for New York's lower income citizens. I do have a letter of support from LPC, and I want to introduce J.R. Reed, a project manager from NYCHA, along with several other NYCHA staff. And J.R., if you would like to speak and introduce anyone else.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to jump in here. Thanks everybody for giving me a chance to speak on this project, and thanks for that presentation. Yeah, my name's J.R. Reed. I'm a project manager on the transactions team in NYCHA's real estate development department, and just would highlight that the historic designation here for Boston Secor is really critical in helping NYCHA, you know, on the one hand, both honor New York City's history of public housing and its architecture, while also facilitating you know, much needed critical comprehensive repairs, you know, in this case for a total of 538 units across this development in the Bronx. So yeah, thank you for your consideration on this.
Anybody else from NYCHA? And do we have Lindsay Peterson and Ward Dennis from Higgins Quaysbar? And would you like to say anything? They're the consultants who wrote the form.
Sure, I'll say something quickly. My name is Lindsay Peterson. I'm from Higgins and Quaysbarth. We're the historic preservation consultants that were hired by NYCHA to do the Part 1 applications for these 3 projects. And I don't have anything substantive to add to Kath's excellent summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability, but I just wanted to add to the conversation that NYCHA has hired us to begin work on a context statement for all of NYCHA's properties. So this is will be a multiple property nomination. The period will cover 1934 to 1973. And this will form the basis in the future for evaluating all of these NYCHA-owned purpose-built public housing properties, and really help provide the broad context of public housing theories and execution, the different typologies, the social history. And so we're, looking forward to having this much more robust document that will provide a lot more context than, we've been able to do on a individual site-by-site basis. And so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that that was in process and that we're working on it, and looking forward to hearing your comments on these.
Thank you, Lindsay. Questions?
Carol.
I think it's marvelous. Hired to do that work on behalf of NYCHA and kudos to that. Well, that would be so informative and so helpful to the story if we work on it. For over 2 years now, it's going to be something which is really very refreshing, and we're delighted to be going in this direction. Thank you.
I'd like to add something. Cap, I think is that why you have a bodyguard?
I hear you. I'm coming behind her.
No, I am pleased to say, I think that the social history is significantly improved and is really well done this time and honest, and reflects what we were talking about this morning about expanding the story so that it's much more inclusive. I do have a question, and that is why you chose to put the justification for SHPO's role in the proposal. It's not in any other proposals. And I didn't understand that.
Simply is that we wanted to put it out there that it's a complicated and complex history, and that
all of these, isn't history complicated? All history is complicated. It seems unusual that you would choose these particular stories to say they're complicated and
what, I think the simplest answer is to say we don't have this, we may not have this much information on every single one. I think we will have a lot more after Lindsay completes her project, but this one, with some digging, we found quite a bit of information about it, and every single one, we may not have that. It may only fit into a more general typology, and so we want to put out there the general, the general issues, the general statements about what issues, public housing addresses. I don't know how else to put it.
I mean, I think the history was well done. I think by putting in that caveat, it almost sounded as if you were saying, but let us say that, we know this is difficult. We're talking about racism here, so we're not going to stand by this. It doesn't come off the way I think you intended it.
Well,
and I also disagree with the idea that these are representative of Black people's lives. I think that statement, I did write to you and say that
we did
statement should be
emails on
changed.
this. Yes, I get that part, but I think the part we're not saying because it's racism, it's too difficult. We're saying because there's so many threads involved in this, it's complicated. And because new books are coming out all the time, that we are trying to keep up with, we are trying to keep up with all the scholarship, and that we can't represent the viewpoint of every single scholar. That was what we were trying to.
That's any history.
I understand your second
history, the books are coming out all the time. The Revolution, we're learning new things. It just seemed that you would single this particular issue out.
Yeah.
Right, because there are new books coming out on every topic all the time. But it's much better. It's significantly.
Thank you. I'm glad for that. Does anybody else feel that way about the prologue, as we called it? We're just trying to set it out that, we're going to do I think we're trying to set out that we're going to try to do our best on all these, but that we couldn't necessarily do all the research ourselves. We kind of had to depend on what was out there.
It was unnecessary. I mean, because it didn't come off the way you expected it. I would just take it out, but.
All right, I got that. You like to suggest changes, we could certainly,
Yeah.
happy to.
Go ahead, Carol.
Okay, this is Carol, I would add to the idea of removing that standardized paragraph.
Yeah,
Is not,
you didn't like
indeed,
it.
I agree completely with Gretchen that it's not necessary and it's pointing to something we don't need to highlight. And therefore, if it were removed, it would be preferable in my view.
I'm sorry, I didn't get
And
that.
therefore, if it were removed, it would be preferable in my view
All
and
right.
Gretchen's.
To other people, I mean, yeah, we can remove it if that's what you really want. We just thought it would make it more understandable if we missed something. So as long as the nominations are better, like I said, I did a lot of work on them, so.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Okay,
It doesn't need the disclaimer.
all right.
It doesn't need a
Okay,
disclaimer.
Chris is going to present the other two, and I don't know if NYCHA wants to stick around, comment on those, and I'll be back at the end for Greenwich Village.
No,
Oh, we didn't move, that's right.
we have not concluded. All right, we have a motion to approve. Now, Erica Krieger seconded the motion. Things are getting out of hand here. Let's remain calm. All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? There being none, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is Chris, and we're headed to the Bronx.
Staying in the Bronx, yes. Yeah. So as Kath mentioned, I have two more public housing developments in New York City being nominated individually. Both are also located in the Bronx, and both were built in the early 1970s as senior housing. So I'll do my best not to repeat myself for the two items. All right. All right. Okay. Thank you. Boston Road Plaza is being nominated under Criterion A in the areas of social history and politics government, and also under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance is 1970 to 1972, encompassing its construction. This development is located in the Allerton neighborhood of the Bronx in New York City. It is a few blocks east of the New York Botanical Garden and a few blocks north of Pelham Parkway on a triangular site where Boston Road angles across the regular street grid of the Bronx. It was designed by the well-known modern architect architect Normandorf of Davis Brody and Associates, with a landscape design by Paul Friedberg Associates. The striking design was an attempt to demonstrate that bold architecture was possible even within the limited budget of public housing. The 20-story brutalist style tower features bold cantilevers that allowed the architects to vary the interior plans for the 236 apartments inside. An adjacent one-story community center is distinguished by a dramatic sawtooth roof and clear-story windows that provided ample light to the spaces within. Boston Road Plaza was built as senior housing, a building type that developed during the 1950s and 60s to address the needs of the increasingly large population of older people in the United States, many of whom had lower incomes. Developments like Boston Road Plaza were the result of successive rounds of national legislation that expanded the ability of seniors to qualify for public housing and increased the funding provided for construction of senior housing. These projects not only provided seniors, both working and retired, with affordable housing that met their specific physical needs, but also aimed to provide them with a community. Boston Road Plaza is also exemplary of NYCHA's scattered site public housing program, which comprised smaller projects located within established middle-income communities where they could ostensibly, quote, foster economic and ethnic integration and stable, balanced communities, unquote. Despite these good intentions, the program often faced stiff resistance from the resistance of the majority white neighborhoods in which they are placed. These residents objected to the influx of new residents due to the fear of overcrowding and a desire to use the land for other public purposes such as parks and libraries. These thinly veiled objections were often code for discrimination and bigotry, as residents fought to exclude from their neighborhoods a diverse range of racial, ethnic, and economic groups. The late 1960s and early 1970s were marked by protracted, emotionally charged battles over the program that revealed the effects of long-term income inequality, income injustice, and officially sanctioned discrimination that plagued efforts of lower income groups to find decent, affordable housing in New York City. So this is the Boston Road Plaza. We have received a letter in support of the nomination from the certified local government, and this is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Questions or comments from the board? Wait. Proceed.
Which is indeed the designers in this case are Davis Brody and Associates, and it's impressive to me to see that such well-known and long-standing marvelous architecture firm was selected, and also that the landscape was done by a well-recognized name. We haven't in general seen such well-recognized names as designers and landscape architects in the projects of this nature which we've been reviewing, and I simply wanted to point that out. I also thought there was something quite rich in the fact that Mayor Lindsay had noted that he had a terrific list of architects. He chose Davis Brody off of a list that included leading architects, others being William F. Patterson, Cohn, Patterson, Fox. We don't ever think of them in the context of this type of building, and Paul Rudolph, whom we do, and others. But I thought that it was noteworthy to bring this up and bring it to everyone's attention. So thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Erica. Good observation. Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion? Carol, thank you. Wint, second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries.
All right. Yeah, noted. My next item is Middletown Plaza, which was built in 1970 to 73 and designed by noted modernist architect Paul Rudolph. Like Boston Road Plaza, it is being nominated under Criterion A in the areas of social history and politics government, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. And the period of significance encompasses its construction in 1970 to 73. Middletown Plaza is located in the Pelham Bay neighborhood of the Bronx in New York City. It is a few blocks west of Pelham Bay Park. Like Boston Road Plaza, Middletown Plaza was built as senior housing. It was also part of the same scatter site program initiated by Mayor John Lindsay in 1966 as part of an effort to battle the city's entrenched racial and economic segregation. Its outstanding brutalist design was executed by renowned architect Paul Rudolph, and its complementary landscape design was by George F. Cushing. The project features a single 15-story tower with 177 apartments and an attached one-story community center, all executed with a cast-in-place beton brute concrete frame and split-ribbed concrete block cladding. Rudolph's design was based on his belief that even in small apartments, quote, areas of different activities should be articulated and separated, unquote. He also advocated abundant windows, which led him to design a well-articulated exterior wall of windows with an irregular interior floor plan. Middletown Plaza is among the most sophisticated in NYCHA's public housing catalog. So this is Middletown Plaza in the Bronx. We have received a letter in support from the certified local government, and this is also a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Questions or comments? With the understanding that the disclaimer is going to be removed from those three nominations. Carol? Here.
Oh, I have a good one. This is a first. All righty. I wanted to mention that I found it of terrific interest that this scholar, Catherine Butler, who's one of the most well-known housing scholars and, reformers in the country, as of the recent past, had written a book, and she was the primary author of the 1937 U.S. Housing Act. That's the first of many different housing acts that funded many of these projects going forward for a number of decades. And then in 1957, she, after her long and varied career, it says in the nomination, she wrote The Dreary Deadlock of Public Housing for Architectural Record, the well-known magazine. And this was a detailed and self-critical examination of the program's failure to solve the perceived problems. So, you know, the beat goes on.
Thank you.
It's a really interesting article. Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion? Carol? All in favor? Abstain or oppose? Motion carries.
All right. My next item is the Selfridge and Langford building, which was erected in 1911 and designed by noted Albany architect Charles G. Ogden. This is located in Albany on Central Avenue. It is being nominated under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a rare, substantially intact, and early example of beam and girder reinforced concrete construction in the city of Albany. The period of significance runs from the building's completion in 1911 and goes through its conversion to office space when it was acquired by the state of New York in 1978. The building was originally occupied by the firm of John Selfridge and Edward Langford, who operated a furniture, retail, and storage building from this location for more than half a century. The first floor originally contained their furniture showroom, so a retail space, and this was converted to office space after the company ceased its retail operations in 1918. The upper floors originally were unfinished and could be partitioned off into individual units for storage customers. So serving two distinct purposes, the architecture was designed to both convey the appearance of fireproof construction for the storage customers, while also being stylish enough and appealing to their retail customers. The upper floors were, as I said, initially unfinished and were subsequently partitioned off to meet the needs of the company's storage customers. Another notable feature of the largely unfinished interior space was the circulation core at the rear of the building. The topography of the site, which slopes down from Central Avenue at the front of the building down to Sherman Street at the rear of the building, allows at-grade access to the basement. And there, a large vehicular entrance opened to an internal loading bay that communicated directly with a utility staircase and a freight elevator. And this allowed the easy transfer of large items in and out of the building under the cover from weather. This building was completed by the Turner Construction Company and is an example of their beam and girder system of reinforced concrete construction. This is a system that was popularized by Ernest Ransome at the end of the 19th century and further refined in the early 20th century by his successors at the Turner Company, who actually acquired his patents. The Selfridge and Langford building is one of only 7 reinforced concrete buildings in the city of Albany. But as this image shows, it is one of many such buildings that the Turner Company built during the early 20th century. So this is not an actual cityscape. This is just an advertisement showing all of the buildings that the Turner Company completed just within five years. You can see kind of the Selfridge and Langford circled in red in the context of all the buildings completed by the Turner Company. So Selfridge and Langford continued to operate from this building until 1958, when it was sold to Standard Furniture. In 1961, that company leased 2 floors to Albany State College, now the University of Albany, while using the remaining floors for its own business. And then finally, in 1978, the building was sold to New York State. So that's the end of the period of significance. We have received support from the local government, and this is also a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Any questions or comments from the board? Tom, you're moving? Do I have a second? Gretchen, all in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Okay. My last item is the proposed Bush Terminal Historic District, in Brooklyn in Kings County. Bush Terminal was a groundbreaking industrial integrated railroad and water transportation with industrial warehousing and manufacturing. It was the first integrated industrial complex to combine all of these elements under one owner, and it became the largest multi-tenant industrial property in the United States. Its success greatly impacted how future industrial complexes were designed. It is therefore being nominated under Criterion A in the area of commerce and under Criterion C in the areas of architecture and engineering. The period of significance runs from the opening of the terminal in 1895 through its ultimate closing in 1971. Bush Terminal was determined eligible for listing on the National Register in 1986, a determination that was reaffirmed in 2019. Bush Terminal, as I said, is located in New York City in Brooklyn in the Sunset Park neighborhood. It is located on the waterfront between 32nd Street on the north and 51st Street on the south. Construction of the terminal began in 1895, and there are two major expansions, first to the south in 1902 and then again to the north in 1905, as you can see on the slide. Buildings within the district date from 1895 through 1927. And this is the Bush Terminal as depicted on a 1910s map. There's some various components that I'll describe. So at the very bottom of this slide, there are the piers. Then right above that, there's a rail yard and the waterfront warehouses. Behind that, there are one-story warehouses. Here's what I've called the terminal core. And then over here are the model loft buildings. So the architecture of Bush Terminal reflects the rapid change in style and construction methods of industrial buildings at the turn of the 20th century. The earliest buildings were of traditional industrial architecture design. Interior framing was typically of mill construction, which is distinguished by massive wood beams and posts that were slow to burn in case of fire. Exteriors were designed in what has come to be known as the American round arch style, and they are characterized by flat brick facades punctuated by these regular rhythms of segmental or round arch window openings. These early brick warehouse buildings can be found in the terminal core area and also along the waterfront of that 1902 southern expansion area. From this period, there are also a number of purpose-built administrative and utilitarian buildings, including the company's main office building seen here on the left, and the Longshoreman's Restaurant and Office seen on the right. Also extant within the proposed district are a powerhouse, a steam plant, and a pump house. And in many ways, Bush Terminal was really designed to function as its own city. It was even equipped with its own private police service, a bank, a medical center, this restaurant, and a trolley cart system. Another major component of the terminal was a group of one-story warehouses that was built on the inland blocks between 1st and 2nd Avenues, between 44th Street on the north and 51st Street on the south. These were built between 1903 and 1906 and were initially designed to store cotton and eventually would be used to store a broad range of goods. Notably, these warehouses are something of a hybrid in terms of their construction. They have load-bearing brick facades, while the interior columns, floors, and roofs are of concrete construction. Around 1905, the architecture of the Bush Terminal made a rapid transition towards the use of reinforced concrete framing. These large loft buildings were the product of an innovative design team led by architect William Higginson and the builders from the Turner Construction Company. Model Loft Building 1, which is seen in the foreground of the top two images, is particularly illustrative of this transition. It was the first large reinforced concrete building in Bush Terminal, and Higginson is credited as the architect of record, and he clearly was responsible for much of its design, but notably the exterior was produced by another firm, Kirby Pettit and Green, and in many ways the appearance of the exterior appearance resembles the earlier traditional buildings while belying the novel construction techniques contained within. And this contrasts to the later model loft buildings that you can see in the lower image. Model loft building just next door to model loft 1 was built only 1 year later, but it was designed with a full concrete exterior and is much more typical of Higginson's abstracted neoclassical industrial designs. So in many ways, this is Higginson and the Turner Construction Company in Bush kind of working out in real time how to use reinforced concrete construction for industrial buildings. In the 1910s and 20s, additional concrete loft buildings were built within the terminal core area. Some of the later buildings were designed with flat slab floor construction, so they have the more distinctive mushroom columns that became common in the late 1910s, 1920s. And this is the Bush Terminal shown in an aerial photo taken around the time that the last buildings in the district were completed, so sometime probably in the late 1920s. Again, you see the piers in the water, just beyond them, the waterfront warehouses, beyond those, the rail yards, then the one-story warehouses, and kind of right at the top middle of the photo, you have the terminal core, and then way off in the distance, the model loft buildings, the first of the reinforced concrete structures. And all of these were designed as an integrated complex combining multimodal transportation with warehousing and manufacturing facilities. This is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1. We have received a letter of support from the certified local government. There are a total of 43 owners in the district, one of which is a municipal agency. So of the 42 private owners, to date, we've received 29 objections, which is more than 50% or 51%. We are therefore asking you to recommend this district for listing on the State Register of Historic Places and for submission to the National Park Service for an official determination of eligibility. We will also note that the owners have up until the time that the keeper takes action to file objections, and they have an indefinite time to withdraw previously submitted objections. So I believe we have some owners online who might want to.
Yes, I'm just going to take a pause 1 minute, Chris. I'm going to let the board know that it seems like we have a significant amount of members of the public who would like to comment on this nomination. So if we could one by one let their voices be heard in this public process. I believe the owner also would like to make a comment. So if we could just move through those comments and everybody who wishes to speak gets an opportunity. Thank you.
How would you like to, this is Jim Samoza, Industry City. How would you like to go through this? Is there an order that you want to do?
If I could speak first, Doug Steiner, I think we were the genesis of the request for the listing. So if I can make my case, it might be the right timing and let the public speak, other people in the public speak after. It might make some sense.
Sure, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, appreciate it. I think there's a lot of misinformation that's been bandied about and rumor mongering that has given people a scare that is unnecessary and kind of crazy. This area has been an eligible district since 1986. What that means as an eligible district is you can do whatever you want to your building without going to the State Historic Preservation Office or going to any kind of regulatory authority for clearance as to historical aspects. There's nothing other than DOB as usual and the usual DOB process in New York. The matter at hand is changing from eligible to listed district. That is the only change, and the change that brings about is the ability to get historic tax credits for alterations that you do if SHPO looks favorably and National Park Service looks favorably on those alterations. If you're not looking for historic tax credits, there's no change in the regulatory oversight process. You can change your exterior, you can change your interior, you can tear down your building, you can put up a new building. There is no change whatsoever. I think the concern from Industry City and their representatives has been that this will somehow create interest by the Landmarks Preservation Committee in New York City. And if it's a landmark district, then there are a lot of restrictions. I don't want landmark restrictions. That would be a nightmare. But SHPO is not landmarks. They are two totally separate things, and they are not necessarily on the same site. We have been in the Navy Yard since 1999. We have done 3 historic projects, and there is it is just a way to get historic tax credits. There is no restrictions on your ability to make changes to your building. There's only a way to get funding, basically found money, if you do a historic renovation and want to recoup up to 40% of your costs. This is going from eligible to listed. The only change in regulatory oversight is if you want to do something historic. If you want to paint your building pink polka dots, you can paint your building with pink polka dots. If you want to change it from masonry to glass, you can do that. The only difference is if you want to get tax credits, 20% federal tax credits on eligible costs, which basically excludes financing and demo and site work, you can get 20% federal tax credits for the work and 20% state tax credits for the work, also on eligible costs. We usually find 85 to 95% of costs are eligible. But there's no regulatory framework, there's no new process unless you're seeking historic tax credits. There is no mechanism, there's no connection between being listed versus eligible versus landmarks. Landmarks is a totally separate thing, and it is not a gateway to getting landmarks designation. I think the fear of landmarks is gonna kill our project, which would otherwise be $560 million, 880,000 feet, 8 sound stages, and try to create in Sunset Park what we did in the Navy Yard, which is a very successful film and television production studio. We've been working on this thing for 6 years. The projected cost is $550 million, and that's assuming we get the historic tax credits. Without the historic tax credits, we don't move ahead. So it'll kill us. I feel like the misinformation is not dissimilar to what Industry City felt from the community when they were seeking to make changes in what they wanted, and I feel sandbagged and upset about this. There's no downside, there's only upside, and this is not landmarks. This is SHPO and listing the district versus having it eligible. It's been eligible for 30 years, 86, 40 years. I just don't understand the panic that's been fomented, given that there's no change in process unless you want to get tax credits equal to up to 40% of your costs. That's all I have to say. I appreciate your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that are directed my way. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to give everyone an opportunity to speak. So I don't see a list of names, but who's next?
I wouldn't mind, this is Jim Samoza, Industry City. Can you hear me okay? I want to make sure my mic's.
Loud and clear.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
I would like to respond to that. First of all, Doug, we do want your project to move forward, and we like the project, but you say it won't lead to landmarks. You cannot guarantee that, right? And so
So without this though, your landmarks could do something.
Of course, absolutely, but nobody can guarantee me that with this, it is not a sort of catalyst potentially to landmarks. Nobody can guarantee me that that's not the case. You can't. That is our concern. Clearly, viscerally, you know that when you name something a historic district, that does get the attention of preservationists and things like that. And nobody can tell me otherwise. When we are not trying to fearmonger, I will tell you all of the vast majority of our neighboring owners, landlords, et cetera, feel the same way. We do not want government participation. We have to date spent $430 million redeveloping this project. I think if anybody looks at what we've done here, nobody could say that we've done anything other than respect the historic nature of the buildings. That's what we do. And we don't want to have anything that even possibly heads us towards that. Now, and I will, for you, Doug, look, I get it. Like this is not a personal thing. This is business. I understand why you would be more okay with this, because you're going to build new sound stages, which you're not getting tax credits for, by the way, right? Because that's new construction. You're going to renovate 2 structures. By the time we were even to get to landmarks, your structures will already have been renovated, gone through SHPO, you'll get your tax credits, you're done. We're still moving along. We're still doing development. We still have building 24 to work on. We still have buildings 22, 26. So we're out here with the risk of being landmarked when you have gotten your tax credits, done your thing. Listen, God bless you. I understand why you want to avail yourself of that, but you and us are in different timeline positions. If I were you, I would be more okay, right? Because like I said, you're going to be done with all of that. So, you know, we object as the vast majority, virtually all, I mean, it's 90%, or plus object to this. There doesn't have to actually be a reason why we object. It's the way the process works is you object or you don't. I'm okay giving more reasoning. And we don't want to be a part of that. We don't want to even possibly be subject to further regulation. We all know that's how government works. You know it, we know, and listen, we have a great relationship with the city and EDC and all that. We want to get along, but we also want to, and our fellow owners want to be left alone and don't want anybody interfering with what we're doing. And like I said, I will get back to the landmarks, because nobody can guarantee me that won't happen as a result of this. And it just makes absolute sense that it is a step in that direction. And come on, we're crazy to say otherwise, right? If anybody was in our position, they would be saying the same thing. We are not trying to fearmonger. Actually, we had very simple conversations with our fellow landlords. And by the way, we laid out everything that you just said there, Doug, because I'm very familiar with the benefits. We didn't hide from that. We told everybody, here's the positives, here are the risks. And these were very easy conversations because we all felt the same way.
Can I just cut in here? You both made excellent points. We understand the points that you're both making very clearly. Are there other people that want to speak?
Could I just make one? I don't want to just come in here with complaints. I'm coming with a suggestion also. Okay.
Go ahead.
Is it possible to break this district that has been under consideration since 1986? Is it possible to break it up into 2 or 3 districts? We have no issue with Doug Steiner Studios, going forward with something like this, avail yourself of the tax credits. We want you to do this. We just want to be left out of it entirely. Is there a way to break this up? And to me, it seems like there's probably 3 districts. One would be Industry City, one would be the EDC, Steiner Studios, Made in New York campus. The other would be the blocks between 44th and 51st Street, between 1st and 2nd Avenue. Would it be possible to break those up? We're fine staying as under consideration we're not asking even to be taken off. That's a bigger thing. Is it possible to break it into 3 so that EDC and Doug can move forward with what they want?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. This is Dan McEnany, Director for the Division for Historic Preservation. It's a very commonly asked question. If there's some way that we can truncate historic districts and draw different lines, but what this board is tasked with doing in the State Historic Preservation Office is following the criteria for listing and the regs set out by the National Park Service. They do not allow for dividing a functionally related complex of buildings associated with one linked history. It would be quite convenient if we could cherry pick, but the entire thing would be bounced immediately from the National Park Service, who would not consider that.
So, but my answer to that is, what is their choice? Because the National Park Service has to follow the vote, right? So it's under their auspices, it's not moving forward because we have a majority of the vote. I'm well aware that the state does not have to follow the vote. So the actual effect of what this is exactly what you just said. It's not going to be under federal anyway because they have to follow the vote. So isn't this just a little bit, isn't there a way to have a conversation about that, saying, hey, listen, you're not getting it this way anyway, why don't we consider some subdivision?
Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out. You are absolutely correct. Today, the board will consider it for nomination. They have a dual role of making a recommendation to the Park Service and recommending listing for the state. So this board today will be making a recommendation to the Park Service based on the documentation and again, following the National Park Service criteria for listing. I agree with you that there should be an opportunity to do things a little bit differently and be a little bit more flexible, but the program regs have not changed in absolutely many, many decades.
Right? So can't they? I understand that. Like we deal with this stuff all the time. I mean, is there a conversation we can have with somebody to say, look, here's a situation where there is a benefit to a project, but the vast majority of the remaining of the district doesn't want this. Can't we figure out a way for that?
Remains eligible.
Yeah, so, and like I said, we're not asking to be taken off the eligible list, right? So we're trying to be, find a compromise here where it's not, we're not taken off, we're just, a portion of it is moving forward. I think that's and I get it, I get laws, we deal with, state, city, federal legislatures all the time. We're always trying to find ways, and sometimes something that has been that way for many, many years doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay that way if there is a logical alternative.
Yes, and you are in the midst right now of a comment period. You did send in a letter of objection. I appreciate you participating in the process, but the process is not done. Whatever action this board chooses to make today, you can continue to engage with the National Park Service right before they make a determination of eligibility, which, as you know, doesn't really change much. So I do encourage you to stay engaged, to elevate comments to the National Park Service about their rules and regulations, but that's just about the best we can offer you at this meeting.
From the perspective of the board, all we can react to is what's being presented to us.
I understand. I'm a lawyer also, so I totally get, procedure, civil procedure, et cetera. So I understand. I just figured in this forum where we have Doug on the phone and us, you and our many of our fellow neighboring landlords, it was something that I would throw out there to see if there was some way we could do this, even if it's outside of this particular forum, if this doesn't have the jurisdiction for that. So I get what you're saying.
Is there other people that want to make comments?
Yes, hi. My name is Ralph Barone. I'm one of the landlords. I have 4 properties in the area, and I had originally objected to it because unfortunately I was misinformed, and I recently withdrew my objection and I am in favor of it. And Jim, please, I don't want to be a crap stirrer, but I was contacted from, I guess it was an attorney on behalf of Industry City, and I'm going to say it was fear mongering because the way that it was portrayed to me, it was portrayed to me as if now we're going to be in a landmark area and we're not going to be able to do anything. So that's why I had originally objected, and shame on me for doing it before I got informed. I wish Doug Steiner would have had a conversation with everyone beforehand, because it would change people's opinions. I love what Industry City has done. I'm happy for it, and I think we're going to hurt Steiner if we don't vote in favor of it. He's going to bring many jobs to the neighborhood. I only see upside with what Steiner is going to do to the neighborhood.
Can I, Mr. Barone, can I ask you, what business are you in?
Please, Ralph.
Ralph, what business are you in?
I'm in the
Excuse me, I'm going to
manufacturing.
interrupt you for 1 minute. This is a comment period. This is not a debate among
Yeah,
the
this isn't a
speakers.
debate conversation.
I'm pointing out that I believe that there's a business relationship between Mr. Barone and Mr. Steiner, and that is the reason for.
I'm a real estate developer, and I'm in the manufacturing business as well. I'm actually, and I'd like to point something out. I'm actually moving from the neighborhood because.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do other people want to make comments?
Yes, I'd like to
haven't
speak.
spoken yet?
My name is Peter Volandis. I'm the owner of Volmar Construction. Volmar has been located at 44th Street and 2nd Avenue for over 30 years. It is part of the area on the screen known as the 1902 expansion. In addition to being the owner of Volmar, I'm also a trustee of the Museum of the City of New York. So I have a very keen interest in topics related to historic preservation throughout the city. I am absolutely, supporter of Mr. Steiner's plans, but I absolutely object to this overreach. What I believe to be an overreach of a designation of an entire neighborhood as a historic district. I simply don't see it. To comment on one of the comments made by the director previously, shared histories is a very broad and general term. Many of the properties that are located within the district here have no historical relevance whatsoever. They're one-story buildings like my own that are made of block and plank with a facade that has been altered many times in the last 100 years. I see no reason to get this designation, and I share Industry City's concern that this is a path towards a designation that will impair marketability and optionality with our properties. I absolutely object.
Thank you. Other comments? Anyone else want to speak?
I'd like to ask one question. Has there been anywhere else, any areas that were designated historic that at some point changed to landmark as Jim's concern?
Yes, there are places that have been first listed on the National Register. It is more likely that a property is landmarked first and then added to the register. The landmark process is regulatory.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was.
Yes,
Right.
I'm answering your question. Your question is, have things that have been listed on the National Register subsequently been landmarked? Yes, usually it is a much smaller footprint. The answer also includes more typically things are landmarked by New York City first and then added to the register to access tax credits.
Any other comments? Do I hear a motion?
My name's Richard Seibottom. I work with Ryan. We're the tax credit consultant for Mr. Steiner. I just wanted to reiterate that his group has done several historic tax credit projects previously. Our consulting firm has worked on hundreds over the last 15, 20 years. I would say that I just want to support what he said and what's been mentioned, that this process, the National Register, is meant to recognize things. The positives here, I think, far outweigh any sort of regulation that comes as a piece of this. This has been recognized since 1986, and this is if this were not to be listed, this would obviously be a loss of an important project, important driver of investment in the area. We have a part 2 that's already been approved for this building. I'll just mention, as part of that process with the state and the National Park Service, we have requested and received approval to do partial demolitions on the project. The feasibility of working with your building within these historic tax credit programs does not mean the end of being able to do things to your property. And I'll just point out, as has been mentioned before, what Mr. Steiner is going through is a voluntary process, and the landmarks process is a completely different portion of the historic preservation landscape. I hope that the board will thank the board for considering this. I hope that they will property owners that have objected will think about changing that and support Mr. Steiner and support this investment in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments?
Just if I can get my second 2 cents in like the others have. The question is there a link between this and landmark status? And there's nothing. I have as much, if not more, to fear of landmark status than Industry City. Industry City is a great project. You guys have done an amazing job. I'm a fan. I don't see a link between listing the district and any kind of landmark status. That is a completely different world.
That's understood. That's understood.
That's my only, that's what you guys have to, that I think is the launching point for people to be worried about, and it's not there. I would have more to worry about as a landmark than any other landowner in the district.
Understood. Thank you.
I'll hold my tongue. Thank you for the.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that the role of the board is to make a decision about the nomination form as presented. We are not making this decision based on tax credits. We're making this decision based on the merits of the National Register eligibility of this district. That's our role. That's what's happening here today. Do I have a motion? Tom Maggs. Do I have a second? Carol Clark. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? There being none, the motion carries.
What is the percentage of ownership objection?
Over 51%.
That's, I mean, I know that's what the rule is, but is it substantially over?
Yes.
A few over.
Where was this vote?
All right, I'm going to move on. I'm here to introduce 4 tax credit projects in Western New York. They all have approved Part 1s. The first one here today is the commercial buildings at Broadway and Michigan Avenue. They're significant as a group of buildings that reflect the development and evolution of Buffalo's Broadway, one of the earliest routes connecting Buffalo and Batavia. The street transformed from a rural trail in the early 1800s to a thriving commercial corridor on the outskirts of downtown Buffalo during the 19th century. The commercial row is being nominated under Criterion A in the area of community development and planning, and Criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance begins circa 1840s with the construction of Dr. Dellenbaugh's residence and closes in 1922 with the construction of the State Garage, which filled the remainder of the site and completed the commercial row. The commercial row is a mixed-use facility of 3 now interconnected buildings located on one parcel historically owned and developed by Dr. Frederick Dellenbaugh, a prominent German-American physician and druggist. And after his death by his estate, the commercial row consists of Dellenbaugh's circa 1840 residence and office with a circa 1899 masonry storefront addition on the north side of the building, a brick stable or carriage house dating to circa 1891, a 3-story brick masonry 1884 Italianate commercial building, and a 1922 state garage constructed in the void formed by the earlier buildings. These intertwined components were at various times interconnected with the early residence once serving as an office for the state garage, but have been entirely interconnected as part of the rehabilitation. Relatively little pre-Civil War building fabric remains in Buffalo, and while not intact, the remnants of the Dellenbaugh house speak to the materials and design typical of the residential architecture that would have been common throughout the city. The photos here show the side elevation of the former house with the typical stone foundation, cut stone water table, and red brick common to the 1840s, and the circa 1899 stable, which retains its characteristic arched openings and hayloft door. The commercial row at Broadway and Michigan Avenue is significant for encapsulating on a single parcel the transformation of urban settlement patterns experienced in this neighborhood during the period between 1840 and 1922. Broadway originated as an early radial in Joseph Ellicott's street plan and was formally laid out in 1821 before being extended in 1848. A horse-drawn streetcar line ran along Broadway beginning in 1885, significantly spurring the development of the area. At its peak, Broadway was a thriving mixed-use street lined with buildings. In the late 20th century, however, the neighborhood saw an unfortunate decline and much of the historic fabric was demolished or significantly altered. Architecturally, the commercial row is also notable as a compact, relatively rare collection of associated buildings dating from the mid-19th through the early 20th century, embodying the neighborhood's physical and stylistic developments. Even its altered form, the residence constructed by Dr. Dellenbaugh in 1840 is a relatively rare example of an extant building from this period in Buffalo. The 1884 commercial building is a good example of a commercial Italianate style mixed-use building. The garage, which was constructed to serve the growing automobile culture, is detailed with subtle classical references. Intact collections of buildings of this era along Broadway are relatively rare due to subsequent later demolition and alterations. When I visited these properties in 2017, they had been abandoned and neglected and were in precarious condition. Several areas were inaccessible due to the complete collapse of the floor systems. The buildings have now been completely rehabilitated between 2017 and 2023, and they now house apartments, restaurant and commercial space, and also serve as the Buffalo office for the NAACP. So this is the commercial row at Broadway and Michigan Avenue. Are there any questions on this project?
Questions from the board? So the Buffalo NAACP chapter is there. That's interesting.
They have their offices in the building.
Do you the adjacent, the blacktop lot with the dumpster on it is covering Mary Talbert's former house lot? Probably the first meeting that occurred of the entity that would become the NAACP happened in her parlor in the early 1800s.
Yeah, this is right within the Michigan Street African American Heritage Corridor.
Right.
So.
You got the Baptist Church, you got Peyton Harris's house, you got Mary Talbert's house lot, and then this building. It's a really cool part of downtown Buffalo. And I'm currently doing an archaeology project at Michigan Street Baptist Church, so a little advertising there.
So you're very familiar with the
Yes.
neighborhood.
My crew is actually there today. Questions or comments? I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Wint, all in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Just how I like them. The Austin Street Police Athletic League, or PAL Center, located in Buffalo's Black Rock neighborhood, is significant under Criterion A in the area of social history as the first police athletic league facility in Buffalo, and for its association with the recreational programs developed for juveniles and teens by Buffalo's PAL. Reused from a former police station, the Austin Street building offered programs that proved important in mentoring young people and preventing juvenile delinquency in the city. The building also meets the registration requirements under the Historic Resources of the Black Rock Planning Neighborhood MPDF. Originally constructed in 1894 to the designs of architect Frederick Moore as a Romanesque revival-style police station for Buffalo Police Precinct 13, the station closed following a fire in 1954, and the severely damaged roof structure was removed. It's a little difficult to read these plans, but the original floor plan housed offices, bunk rooms, and holding cells in the rear area. I don't know if this pointer works. No. But also of note, after he shot President William McKinley at Buffalo's 1901 Pan American Exposition, Leon Czolgosz was temporarily held in this station, but sadly the cells have long since been removed. By 1951, the city had already considered closing the Austin Street Police Station, noting that it was in, quote, deplorable condition. The station closed in 1954 during a citywide consolidation, and that same year, the building suffered a devastating fire leading to the removal of the third-floor gymnasium space and that ornate roof. When the building reopened in 1955, it was the first PAL Center in the city. The renovated two-story community center was run by the Police Athletic League, a nonprofit organization that provided City of Buffalo youth with recreational, educational, cultural, environmental, and juvenile delinquency prevention programming in the structured and supervised setting. In the 1950s and 60s, the PAL operated several community centers throughout the city with game rooms, sewing and cooking classes, dancing, sports programming, all sorts of programs for neighborhood kids. A boxing program was held exclusively at the Austin Street site, actually in that area where the cells were. The Austin Street PAL Center served as a social anchor for the neighborhood, reducing juvenile crime and increasing community connections amongst Black Rock youth. The building architecturally reflects its origins as a police station, but is more intact to the era during which it served as the PAL Community Center. The period of significance is defined by the period in which PAL occupied the building, as it architecturally demonstrates that use and social significance most clearly. The period begins with the renovation and opening of the PAL Center in 1955 and ends in 1974 at the 50-year mark, as the PAL Center continued to operate until 1993. Recently, the building has been rehabilitated to serve as offices and residential spaces, keeping many of the historic materials, finishes, and room divisions intact from both the police station and PAL Center eras. So this is the Austin Street Police Athletic League Center. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments from the board? Erica?
This was to what's that? Girls got so many.
Right. Wow. For Title IX. Other questions or comments about the Austin Street Police Athletic League building? Do I hear a motion? Erica, second. Fabiana, all in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
The ladies punch first. Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church and Convent are locally significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as two buildings that illustrate specific typologies for church and convent designs during the early 20th century. The buildings were designed by Carl Schmel, a prolific architect who designed several buildings for Buffalo's Roman Catholic parishes. The Devonshire Brick and Ohio Sandstone Church and Convent were constructed in 1914 and were once part of a four-building complex centered around an enclosed courtyard designed by Schmel. The associated school and rectory have since been demolished. However, the church and convent remain. Both the church and convent retain integrity to their original typologies and plans, retaining important character-defining features. The parish of Sacred Heart was established in 1875, and a church located on Seneca Street in Buffalo's Hydraulics neighborhood was built soon after. However, by 1912, the expanding Larkin Soap Company, which you may know from its Frank Lloyd Wright designed office building, began talks to purchase the church buildings for its growing campus. Ultimately, the parish buildings on Seneca Street were sold, and the Larkin Company paid $135,000 for the construction of a new church complex on Elmsley Street, about 5 blocks north in a more residential neighborhood. Sacred Heart then used the money from Larkin to begin building a new church, school, rectory, and convent designed by Schmel in June of 1913. After its completion in 1915, the Sacred Heart parish continued to thrive until the 1940s, and membership began to plummet, unfortunately, in the 1960s, as many of the German Catholics in the neighborhood moved to the suburbs. The Buffalo Diocese closed the parish in 1973 and sold it to a Ukrainian congregation, which struggled to maintain the complex. In 1983, a propane explosion at a nearby warehouse blew out many of the windows of the church, further exacerbating the issue. Ultimately, the buildings were abandoned by 2008. The school building was severely damaged by a storm and was demolished in 2009, while the rectory at the rear of the church was demolished in 2017. Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church is designed in the late Gothic Revival style and generally adheres to a typical early 20th century Catholic church plan with some notable exceptions. And I think the nomination did a really good job of diving into that. The church demonstrates many characteristics of a pre-Vatican II church plan, while also incorporating some design choices not commonly seen in Buffalo's Catholic religious architecture. While many churches in Buffalo share similar exterior elements, the structural trusses allow for a broad, open nave without the use of side aisles, an uncommon element not found in any other identified Roman Catholic churches in Buffalo. As an architectural type, the Sacred Heart Convent adheres to a pattern found in convents built in urban areas throughout the United States and Europe in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The buildings were modeled after A.W.N. Pugin's design for a modern religious house. Inspired by medieval precedences, Pugin established the typology's predominant form, layout, and style. Many of these buildings were designed or adapted for the new type of Roman Catholic religious community known as a, quote, active congregation. Unlike earlier orders in which nuns lived a cloistered life in enclosed convents, active sisters undertook work outside of the convent. These women established schools, orphanages, and hospitals. These new convents shared several features: a chapel, dormitory or cell areas, a kitchen, and community rooms. Built for the sister of the Third Order of St. Francis, Sacred Heart Convent mirrors that type of convent plan. The period of significance begins in 1913 with the initial construction of the church and convent and ends in 1915, once the buildings were completed and operational. This period encompasses all major architectural development and construction of the church and convent. Current plans for the Sacred Heart Church and Convent include use for office space, apartments, and event space. So this is the Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church and Convent. Are there any questions on this?
Questions, comments from the board? Do I hear a motion? Jay? Second? Molly? All in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
The Nice block is significant for its architecture and also for its role as a meeting space for an important political and government discussions in the city of Salamanca. It is being nominated under Criterion C in the area of architecture and under Criterion A in the areas of commerce and politics government. Located on Main Street at River Street in downtown Salamanca, the building was constructed in 1891 for Charles Nice, a saloon keeper and business leader in the city. Containing multiple storefronts, office spaces, and residential apartments, the Nice block is one of Salamanca's most important buildings and significantly contributes to its political, commercial, and architectural history. At the time it was constructed, it was touted as, quote, the largest business block in Cattaraugus County, and by the time of Nice's death in 1919, it is regarded as, quote, the largest in the city of Salamanca. Following his death, the building continued to be owned and occupied by members of the Nice family until 1985. As one of the largest and most architecturally sophisticated buildings in Salamanca, the Nice block meets the requirements for Criterion C in the area of architecture as a representative example of a commercial Italianate style two-part commercial block. Constructed at the corner of Main Street and River Street, the Nice block was designed as a mixed-use building to accommodate commercial and residential tenants in Salamanca's growing downtown area. Excuse me. A hardware store, millinery, dry goods store, and grocery store were among the first occupants of the building, with numerous offices for lawyers and insurance companies above. Charles Nice and his wife had 12 children, and the family of 14 lived in a large apartment on the second floor of the Nice block for several decades. It's a big building. The Nice block is also significant for housing pivotal negotiations between the Salamanca City Citizens Committee and the Seneca Council in 1892, when Charles Nice and other Salamanca businessmen convinced the Seneca Nation of Indians to extend the terms of the land lease for Salamanca properties from 12 years to 99 years. This longer lease term was crucial to the development of Salamanca by American settlers on Seneca land, encouraging more construction and financial investment in the town and enabling its longevity. The U.S. Senate later revealed the methods used by the Citizens Committee included bribery and the intoxication of Seneca council members, deeming their part in the negotiations to be shameful and corrupt. As Charles Nice was an important integral figure in the Citizens Committee, pardon me, these negotiations took place on the second floor of the Nice block. The building is therefore significant as the site of a critical moment in the political history of Salamanca and the Seneca Nation of Indians. To this day, the city of Salamanca is located on Seneca land, and building owners continue to rent the land under the same 99-year lease agreement. The Nice block remained nearly fully occupied by various stores and businesses into the 1960s. However, in line with changing retailing and residential trends in the late 20th century, the building began to fall vacant. By 1976, the Salamanca Press reported, quote, "Due to outmoded mechanical systems and poor maintenance, the building is empty except for the ground floor and a single resident, a member of the Nice family, who lived on the second floor." Pardon me. The 4 grandchildren of Charles Nice sold the building in 1985, and it was entirely vacant by 2016. Recently, rehabilitation efforts, however, have transformed the neglected building, restoring the upper floors for office and residential use, and returning the ground floor to commercial use. So this is the Nice block. Are there any questions on this project?
This is Molly Gardencope. I'm just curious, I may have missed it in the nomination. Is the Seneca Nation involved with this?
They were notified because they are property owners. I didn't hear anything back from them. So, I mean, they're not part of the tax credit project. It's the building owner.
So somebody owns the building, but the Seneca owned the land on which it stands.
Essentially, yes.
Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion? Molly? Second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Last one.
Any abstained or opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
And our last but not least, Kath LaFranc, Greenwich Village.
Hopefully this is going to make everyone happy. This is the Greenwich Village Historic District additional documentation. And this documentation was prepared by our awesome and award-winning colleagues from the NYC LGBT Historic Sites Project. And it was funded by an underrepresented community grant from the National Park Service. And the team and I are so happy that we could bring it to you during Pride Month. And I would also like to note that this is New York's 12th project recognizing LGBT history, and most but not all of them were from the NYC team. And we have at least 3 more in the works, a very interesting one for next time. And I also have another exciting idea up my sleeve for potential NHL, so stay tuned. And I believe we have on the call Ken Lustbader and Amanda Davis, and I'm going to ask them to speak after the presentation. So the Greenwich Village Historic District was listed on the National Register in 1979 under criteria A and C in the areas of architecture, art, and literature at the national level of significance. Now that that nomination followed the same boundary and drew directly from the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission designation for the village, which had been designated in 1969, the same year as the Stonewall Uprising. So that report was a pioneer in documenting the cultural history of the district. Discussion of LGBT place-based history was still 30 years in the future and was not recognized on the National Register until 1999, when Stonewall became the first site and later the first NHL to be listed on the National Register for LGBT significance. This additional documentation adds significance to the Greenwich Village District under Criterion A and Criterion Consideration G in the area of social history, LGBT, recognizing the district as one of the first neighborhoods in New York that tolerated and gradually accepted an open gay and lesbian presence, which resulted in its emergence as an early, nationally significant, and widely recognized LGBT enclave. It also documents the numerous gay-related establishments and places and spaces that characterize the village as a safe and welcoming place for LGBT people. It recognizes the hundreds of notable LGBT individuals who lived or worked in the village and found fame in various branches of the arts, women's history, social history, civil rights, and other fields. And it acknowledges the devastating impact of the AIDS era. In addition, there were originally about 1,900 contributing features in the district, and of those, we have identified 283 specific contributing resources within the district that have documented associations with LGBT history, and 46 of the original non-contributing resources are now contributing because they have an association with LGBT history. And just a note, because this came up in our staff meeting, why we use LGBT instead of LGBTQ or some of the other more common variations now. It's because that is the term chosen by our sponsor and the team, and that we have chosen to go along with their preference because they've spent a lot of time talking about terminology and thinking about terminology. Okay, so Greenwich Village is all about place, space, and people. The neighborhood retained its distinctive atmosphere characterized by early, irregular, and narrow streets with smaller scale buildings, even as it became part of the larger metropolis. And its picturesque qualities, affordable housing, and diverse populations with progressive social and political ideas helped to establish the village as a place where non-heteronormative people might live, work, and find community. That street pattern itself is evident on this map, but Amanda Davis has added some of the more important routes and spaces that demarcated the patterns of LGBT life in the village. Most important is probably the diagonal yellow line, which is Christopher Street, a very important street for the LGBT population. It's the site of numerous gay bars and establishments, and it's a nationally recognized cruising site for gay males. Christopher Street also connected the Stonewall Inn, which is marked by a blue arrow, with the social life at the piers. The north-south orange line marks 7th Avenue, a major commercial strip heavily populated with LGBT bars and businesses. And the purple line, yes, it's purple. It depends on what the lighting is on the, so it's purple. The purple line is the route of the 1970 Christopher Street Liberation Day March, which was the first gay pride parade. And then Washington Square Park, an historic gathering place, cruising spot, and site for activism, is also shaded in green on the right side of the map. And this is Christopher Street itself. After Stonewall, Christopher Street was listed in many LGBT guidebooks to the village. And now I can't show you all of the 283 properties, so I pulled a selection organized by categories. And the first category is buildings associated with important social organizations. So this is the Mattachine Society on Christopher Street. It's one of the city's early and influential gay rights groups. The society moved its offices downtown to this location in 1972. And this was the headquarters of the National Gay Task Force. It's on 5th Avenue from 1973 to 1986. This has been the LGBT Community Center on West 13th Street since 1983. And this is Liberation House on West 11th Street. It's an early post-Stonewall community care center that provided health services, and it was the first home of the Gay Men's Health Project and the Lesbian Switchboard. The next category is important gathering spaces. This is the Oscar Wilde Memorial Bookstore on Christopher Street. It's a very important space, the first gay and lesbian bookstore on the East Coast, established in 1973. This is Mother Courage, West 11th Street, the first feminine restaurant in America, popular with activist lesbians. The Women's Coffee House on 7th Avenue South. It's a popular lesbian-owned social gathering and activist space. And Stewart's Cafeteria, also on 7th Avenue South. It was a LGBT gathering space in several different generations in the 1930s and again in the 1970s. And Uncle Charlie's on Greenwich Avenue, one of the most popular gay video bars in the 1980s and the site of a terrorist attack that specifically targeted the LGBT community, and that was in 1990. And finally, people, so very many well-known people. The first is the last home of Murray Hall on 6th Avenue, one of the first documented people to live as a member of the opposite sex. He was a local politician and bail bondsman. He lived as a man for decades, and he married 2 women. This is the Patricia Highsmith house on Grove Street. She lived here with her parents while she was a student at Barnard. And Patricia Highsmith and Allen Ginsberg, I think, have the most number of properties that they lived in throughout the village. This one is the Arthur Lawrence and Tom Hatcher residence on St. Luke's Place. The couple lived here for more than half a century. This one's a favorite of mine. It's the Maurice Sendak house on West 9th Street. He lived here with his partner during the years when he wrote some of his classics, including In the Night Kitchen. This is the James Beard house on West 12th Street. It's the last of Beard's 3 Greenwich Village row houses. He lived here from 1973 to his death in 1985. Okay, Marion Dickerman and Nancy Cook were friends of Eleanor Roosevelt. They had an apartment here on West 12th Street. Another favorite, the Larry Kramer residence, one of the most important gay activists of the late 20th century. Kramer lived at 2 Fifth Avenue for 3 decades, and he founded the Gay Men's Health Crisis here. And finally, Christopher Park is directly across from the Stonewall Inn. This space was a hangout for a diverse group of transgender street youth. It played an important role in the uprising and is now recognized as the Stonewall National Monument. It's owned and operated by the National Park Service, and this seems a fitting place to end our brief tour. I also want to acknowledge Chris Brzee. He took most of these photographs as a photographer for the LGBT Historic Sites program. And we have a letter of support from LPC. And Ken or Amanda, do you want to say something? Ken?
Sure, I could say something, and Amanda may unmute herself. But we're thrilled to complete this grant, and the entire process has been wonderful. One of the things that I just want to mention is that this is the first National Register Historic District that will have additional documentation for LGBTQ history. So that in itself is groundbreaking, and it's wonderful to review this during Pride Month, as you said. But I also want to thank the staff, Kath LaFranc, Kathy Howe, Daniel, Christina, all the people that we've worked with over the years to create this collaborative effort that has really helped launch our project and sustain our project and really make it sort of so successful. If it wasn't for our partnership with the State Historic Preservation Office, in some ways we'd be adrift. But this is really great. It's a model. Provincetown is now doing the same thing in their historic district. We've really uncovered so many sites, and it's, you know, through these grants, we've created a cultural landscape that we've then used for interpretation, such as last night's walking tour I did. We now are on the Bloomberg Connect digital guide, and we've really uncovered this history to, you know, kind of affirm our motto of making an invisible history visible. So as someone who wrote their thesis on Greenwich Village in 1993 in grad school as an LGBTQ enclave, it's heartening to see this 31 years later. So thank you all, and we look forward to it. But I really want to thank Amanda and the interns that worked with us to go through this meticulous process. And Kath, this is all in Chris now, so that's also accessible to the public.
It's a pleasure working with this team, I have to say. Absolute pleasure. So any questions about Greenwich Village? And I hope you took a minute to look at some of the other famous people who lived here, which was really impressive. Molly?
It's not a question, it's a comment. Just to say how deeply I admire this project. It is critical and it is urgent, and it is unthinkable that one more minute would go by that any history of Greenwich Village would not include this important highlight in this community. So thank you for the work that you've done. This is very important.
Kath, what's the level of significance on this?
National. I guess what I really liked about it is the fact that LPC designated it in the same year as Stonewall was happening. And then, later we listed Stonewall, and now we're getting around to going back to, that's just sort of, you have this little arc of history, right?
Was there another person that wanted to say something remotely?
Amanda, did you want to say anything?
Sure. My sound is usually awful, so I hope you can I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to say, okay, good. I just wanted to say while working on this project, it really struck me how incredible the amount of LGBTQ spaces within this neighborhood over the course of decades, the density of these spaces available to the community, and not just bars, but sites of activism, organization, residents, the arts, everything. And when you look at neighborhoods across the United States and elsewhere, it is really rare to find these things all happening at one time and for such a long period of time. And it really speaks to Greenwich Village as a beacon worldwide for LGBTQ people. And it was really wonderful to work on this project. And what Ken didn't mention about his thesis is when he worked on it in the early 90s, he was discouraged. He was told kind of not to write it. Why would you write about this? And maybe me as a younger person, I think this is crazy, really, to not think of the LGBTQ community's influence and existence in this neighborhood for so long. And so it's really thrilling to be here today to be part of this. And thank you to New York State for continuing to lead the way in being a wonderful partner in this effort.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I move.
Molly moves. Do I have a second? Gretchen, all in favor? Any opposed or abstained? There being none, the motion carries
Thank you.
unanimously. All right, that concludes the National Register forms. Next agenda item is new business. Daniel or anyone, does anybody have an item of new business they want to bring to the board's attention or address? We have our calendar figured out and all that. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? Tom, second. Fabiana, I think we're all in favor. Thank you, everyone.